I doodled all through college.
I told my friend, I said, I have ADD and I want to be doodling and drawing good things and stuff, and it's actually, I'm paying more attention to you if I do this.
That's what I told my professor when he asked me. I said, I'm making drawings. and
Right, Miller, here we go.
Because I can tell you by everything I drew, exactly what you said in the yourself. He never asked me again.
I just always was, I thought with my professor, and it never was an issue, but
So they're sending it to my email, then we from that way.
it also felt like I should, you know, speak about it. Here, staying. Okay. Let's see, up here. I mean, it's up to okay. Everyone's actually, you don't have place, but. Yeah, we got. Okay. I guess. Almost. Oh, God.
That's not papers.
When you live.
Battery. Oh, no, we got
River Park City, so. But I'm in Dodge. I lived there when I was two.
Our battery.
Similarly to January. My parents still have the same house, so. It's home to me, even though I don't live there. I guess my parents moved out, they do not want their kids. They're like, "I need to live in the house."
Oh, Joyce, are you, we good? Not good yet.
Just a thing.
Okay,
I guess back. City, but
we're good.
no, it's not what it's supposed to.
Perfect, thank you. And Alicia, are you good?
So like we
Okay.
do on the neighbors. Not for the-
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
Most of you guys have been here now for a little while, so thanks for coming in this morning. Now, a great opportunity for us, especially with some new board members, but also just to have that connection in case we ever really need to, have a sit down, talk about serious issues. So just a great opportunity for us to get face to face with the state board. I will do a roll call. So just let me know if you are here. Autumn?
Yeah.
Sydney? Dringman? Jennifer Flores? Brandon Gay? Whitney George?
I'm here online.
Thank you. Lindsay Graff, I am here. Rebecca Helget is not going to be here, correct? Okay. Jennifer King?
I'm here online.
Thank you. Dr. Lena Kistner? Here. Jennifer Kaczynski? Yes. Jennifer Kurth? Dr. Jessica Lopez? Dr. Marvin Miller?
Here.
Bradley Miller?
Here.
Dr. Brooke Moore?
I'm here online.
Thank you. Dr. Troy Pitch? Charity Porter? Chris Reffitt? Sabrina Rischel? Rebecca Schultz?
Here, present.
Dr. Sean Smith? Roxanne Zillinger?
I'm here online.
Thank you. Ex officio members, any present today? Luann Barron? Mike Burgess?
Yep, I'm here. Sorry I couldn't make yesterday.
No problem, thank you. Ashley Enns. Leslie Gerard. Melanie Haas is obviously downstairs. John Harding.
Present.
Idalia Schumann.
Sure she's at the board meeting.
KSDE staff, Steve Backman. Trish Backman. Joyce Broyles. Here. Stacy Clark. Brian Dempsey.
Here.
Dr. Krista Grimwood. Bert Moore.
Present.
Alicia Nichols.
Here.
Carrie Rogers. Dean Zeit.
Here.
Did I get it right?
You did.
Yes.
Good job.
Carrie Haig, I saw you here. Anyone online or in the room, excuse me, that I missed?
You do have a quorum. It's 11.
Okay, we do have a quorum, awesome. All right, we do only have one approval today, and that is for today's agenda, so we should have that. It was sent out ahead of time. Are there any changes or amendments that need to be made to the agenda?
I'll have one at the end about the annual report that we'll bring back in April. I want for the whole group to have an opportunity to review it as amended.
Okay.
That Marvin and I will present to the board this morning. But the board doesn't have to approve it, but SEAC, we ask for you to approve it.
Okay.
And we'll do that in April.
We'll approve it in April, but will you talk about it a little bit more today?
Mhm.
Okay,
I'll tell you what we changed.
we'll put that on, roughly that 1 o'clock right before ex officio.
That's fine.
Most of our ex officios talked yesterday, but we have a couple.
This
Okay,
is Roxanne.
yes,
For the 915 Stronger Connections grant, in addition to Bonnie and Kristen, I will be speaking about that first.
okay. Any other adjustments to the agenda?
This is Marvin Miller. I'll go ahead and move that we accept the agenda as adjusted.
This is
Alden Built, I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Any comment or any discussion? Hey, do we have a poll for that, Joyce? Or Alicia, sorry, I need that.
Just 1 second.
Okay, there will be a poll online for those in the room. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. This doesn't. Okay. Could we get a legal system? 4, 6, 7. And
And there's
motion passed.
only 4 members online, so. All 4 approved, probably.
Okay. And then us in the room, so motion carries. All right,
Do it anyway.
Yeah.
all right, we are at the section of the meeting for public comment. Do we have anyone present for public comment?
Joyce, you have to exit out of the agenda. Put it up there. Sorry.
Okay, hearing none, we will get ready for that section on Stronger Connections grant. Roxanne, you said you'd be leading it off, so we'll get anything set up that we might need to electronically and then let you have the floor.
All right. Well, good morning. I'm going to give a brief overview of what the Stronger Connections grant is. I am the state coordinator that oversees the administration of the grant. And this grant was issued by the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and was allocated out to all states, and who then turned around and did some competitive sub-grants to high-need local education agencies. In the state of Kansas, we made 13 awards to districts across the state who submitted applications that were approved. Within those grants, they had to implement comprehensive evidence-based strategies that meet each student's social, emotional, physical, and mental well-being needs, create positive, inclusive, and supportive school environments, and increase access to place-based interventions and services. They also had to engage students, families, educators, staff, and community organizations in the selection and implementation of strategies and interventions to create safe, inclusive, and supportive learning environments. They had to design and implement policies and practices that advance equity and are responsive to underserved students, protect student rights, and demonstrate respect for student dignity and potential. In Kansas, we defined our high-need LEAs as LEAs with a high rate of poverty and a high rate of exclusionary discipline. So those districts that were able to demonstrate that were given priority for the grant. We did receive over 50 applications and we're able to narrow it down to the 13 awardees. Within that grant, well, then in addition to the original grant was another Stronger Connections Technical Assistance Grant that the federal government awarded just to states to assist them in administering the Stronger Connections Grant. And for that award, we were just given it at the beginning of this, or just received notification that we were awarded it like the last week of December, first week of January, somewhere in there, over the holidays. And so we will be contracting with Greenbush, and they will be assisting us with technical assistance, evaluating the school districts and such with their implementation of the grant. Okay, before I pass this off to the Greenbush staff, are there any questions?
So Roxanne, this is a 3-year grant, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It ends at September 30th of 2026.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Maybe later, once we hear from Greenbush.
All right. Well, I will pass it off to Bonnie, Kristen, and I think I saw Lisa on here, Dr. Pelkby on here also.
Thank you, Roxanne. Good morning. I'm Bonnie Hauk, Project Manager assigned by the Southeast Kansas Education Service Center, Greenbush, to facilitate the Stronger Connections Technical Assistance and Capacity Building Grant Program Evaluation component. I'm joined today by 2 other members of the team, Dr. Lisa Pelkey, Statistical Analyst, and Kristen Hewer, Project Evaluation Coordinator. We're pleased to partner with KSDE to provide evaluation services for the 13 Stronger Connections grantees. As many of you know, Greenbush has been providing services to school districts and communities across the state for almost 5 decades. Under Greenbush's Center for Community Supports, the grant and evaluation team provides data collection, analysis, and complex evaluation services utilizing qualitative and quantitative strategies. Our task for this project is to effectively collect the U.S. Department of Education's required measures for annual and final reporting. Our team will work with the grantees to determine the overall impact of their proposed strategies through a streamlined data collection portal. During the application process, the grantees propose to hire personnel, provide professional development services, or purchase supplies to address the social emotional needs of students and their families. Data collection activities will focus on changes in the grantees' overall school climate, reviewing disciplinary records such as dropout rates and school attendance to determine the impact from an established baseline and to measure the effectiveness of implemented evidence-based strategies such as MTSS, PBIS, or restorative justice interventions. Grantees attending professional development will report on how professional learning has been implemented within their district and the impact on student behavior and school climate. Over the next 3 years, the Greenbush team will prepare the required performance reports with a final report being completed in late 2027. Are there any questions?
This is Marvin. I have a question. Are you allowed to tell us what 13 districts are going to be working on this?
Absolutely. USD 217 Rolla, USD 233 Olathe, USD 261 Hayesville, USD 266 Mays, USD 305 Salina, USD 333 Concordia, USD 401 Chase Raymond, USD 434 Santa Fe Trail, USD 443 Dodge City, USD 497 Lawrence, USD 500 Kansas City, USD 501 Topeka, and USD 506 Lebec County.
Thank you. And from my understanding, each district will pick some strategies and try their own thing. It's not, each district can tailor make it to themselves. Is that correct?
That is correct. Each district submitted an application that was reviewed and scored via a rubric. And based on meeting the 3 requirements that they had, the 3 criteria that they had to address, and then they were able to pick and choose what specifically their program would look like.
Thank you.
So I'm wondering, are you going to disaggregate the data so that students with disabilities are a subgroup that will have data collected on how they perform within this grant?
That is a great question.
I don't really see any reason why we couldn't disaggregate the data to the extent possible.
I would think that you have baseline data, and that from that baseline data, it's across all races and ethnicities and all subgroups. So it seems just logical and rational that that would occur. Dean, you were going to say something.
Yeah, and I think that Roxanne and the team can get back with the definitive answer, but I believe that that's part of one of the groups that's included in the disaggregation. But I'm sure they can verify and get back with an answer.
Okay, well, that's why I thought we should discuss the SEAC so that we get an opportunity to see how those students perform from baseline and whether it makes a difference based upon the strategies or interventions or the programs that are implemented at the district level, so that perhaps this is something that could serve as an example for other districts once the data comes in and we can see that whatever was implemented made a difference.
Yeah, I do believe that children with disabilities was one of the subgroups for the data gathering, but I will have to go in and look at the specific details.
So the second award that you guys just received notification on, how will that look differently? I mean, I'm guessing obviously going to serve more than those 13, or will it just go to those 13?
It won't go to anyone. It's for the state to help the districts and to help with all the data gathering and technical stuff.
Data and TA. Okay, thank you.
Dean,
And for a little context on that, you know, when Roxanne and the Greenbush team were didn't have exactly whether or not students with disabilities is one of the groups that's included. I'm pretty sure they are as well. But we'll get back to you. But the reason didn't know just off the top of your head is it's one of the most comprehensive post-grant data collections that's been asked for any grant or program that I certainly have seen. I've worked with a lot of programs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's it, and that's precisely why the U.S. Department of Education provided additional grants to states just to help fund the data collection and analysis. So that that second grant that doesn't go directly to the districts, it's precisely to facilitate that extensive survey data and analysis that's going to have to be conducted.
And
Yep.
then it's worth it because there's no point in having the data if we can't do anything with it. So
Exactly.
Marvin Miller here again. Question is, will the districts choose which students are looking at this, or, I mean, does this include early childhood through 12th grade, or is it limited to a certain age group?
It's to be used for all students in attendance at the district. It's supposed to address all students. They're not supposed to focus on specific groups, but it's supposed to benefit the overarching entirety of their population.
Thank you.
Any other questions or clarifications? Anyone online as well? Thank you guys very much for that information. Greatly appreciate your time.
Thank you
And
for
work
having us.
All right, next up, a little ahead of schedule, but I know Dean's here. So is the transitions grant with the sites. I'm really working on your name, Dean.
You're doing great.
I mean, I've only been in this role for a while, but I'm working on it.
You're doing great. I will, so the mnemonic device kind of thing, I've tried to start talking about my last, so for those of you that don't see my last name spelled out, it's Zajic, which does not look like Zeitz at all. So I try to remind people, like, it's like flying kites, but just put a Z in front. All right, doesn't make sense, but that's the Czech language.
Perfect.
No, that will probably actually work for me for the rest of your life.
I'm a visual kind of person. So Dean Zeitz, and I'm one of the assistant directors on the special education and title services team. And we are gonna, but I am joined with Stacy Martin, who I'm gonna let her introduce herself here in a moment, who many of you are already familiar with because she's been with with the department longer than I have, and no, in a very good way. But it's been integral to supporting transition services and special education in the state for a long time and across agencies. But is in a new role. I'll let her talk a little bit about that role. But I invite Stacy. Stacy's here to talk as well because Stacy is now the state coordinator of secondary transition services with the Kansas Department of Education. One of the many things that was made available by this grant that we're going to give an update on. And because we are running a little ahead of schedule, I had not sent my presentation over to. I'll send to you. All right, I'll send it to you while we're giving the update. It's this way. At least you have the PowerPoint to reference back to in the future. But it's just some bullet points. It's nothing that's not already going to be captured. Just some kind of general updates that we'll provide from our last update on the Kansas Youth Transition Network grant, and then of course we'll open it up for questions. So Stacey, do you want to introduce yourself first in your new role? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I see some familiar faces. Some of you I have not had the pleasure to meet personally. As Dean said, I've been with the department. I'm a seasoned veteran, let's just say it that way. My role has evolved over time, and so I think I've kind of landed in my dream job in working with young adults and youth in working with transition, working with them. So I'm super excited to be part of this grant. Along with that, I'm involved with other activities for KSDE as coordinating council and also leading webinars and that type of thing. So all transition I get to do. I was also heavily involved in the general supervision role, and I'm glad to pass that on to someone else. And so this is kind of a fun opportunity for me. I'm excited to see what we can do with some dedicated time with me.
So we've sent the PowerPoint to Alicia, but I wonder, Stacey, do you want to maybe just give them a little bit of kind of an update on some of the where we are with the project, and then we'll kind of open up for questions. So we want to keep this more of a discussion today, and because I know people have already heard about this a little bit at prior SEAC meetings, but this is just kind of look. We've got some new members. There's some new members or new folks that maybe hadn't heard yet, and And we just want to kind of give you an update on this multi-year project.
So just a short background, Kansas was awarded, it was called a Disability Innovation Fund Demonstration Grant through the Rehabilitation Service Administration, RSA, another acronym we get to talk about. And we were one of the fortunate teams that was awarded the grant. So the required partners for this grant is the State Education Agency, which is KSDE, Vocational Rehabilitation Services, the Centers for Independent Living Centers, and a local education agency, which Brian Wilson, who's a special education director from Mays, is part of this grant and is providing its input from the LEA perspective. We do have an executive meeting every month. We have 2 subcommittees, local and evaluation committee, marketing communication, and we do have a steering committee that meets on a quarterly basis. So that's just kind of a general landscape of what we're doing. We are in year 2. The first year was a lot of planning, a lot of challenges and bumps in the road. I'll be real honest with about trying to figure out fiscal, who's gonna do what and when, and that type of thing, because we are starting brand new. There are some states that have this grant that this is kind of an addition to what they already had in existence, but we were just starting really from ground zero. So we've come along one in a year. Go ahead.
Oh, no, and just to provide some extra context on that piece, so even just the, one of the biggest learning curves, and this wasn't just in Kansas, but because we've heard this nationally, but this has been a real opportunity with this grant to coordinate not just with our partners, like with KDE, with VR and pre-eds and everybody else, but also the Centers for Independent Living. And that's been something that's been a little bit of a gap, I think, not in our state certainly, but not just in our state, between the departments of education and LEA, just school districts and the Centers for Independent Living. And so this has really helped us take some of this coordination and collaboration to a next level, which involves a lot of learning on all parts, but that's been one of the best parts of this, I think, of this project so far. Sorry, Susan.
No, that's fine. So some of the anticipated outcomes after this 5-year grant is that establishment of the continuing work that the Kansas University Center on Disabilities have worked on for the last 3 years in the development of local transition councils. So continue an expansion on that. Also trying to really provide increased local capacity to provide services that address the needs within that community. And also a part of this grant is the creation of a website. And then also a symposium at some point. And so those are some of the general outcomes. The website is one that will be standalone website. The hope and dreams is that it will be a centralized location for all transition for the state of Kansas. We're very fortunate that we're working with Disability Rights Center, who will be bringing their expertise in development in the website. So I'm really excited about doing that. So stay tuned for that announcement when the URL comes out for that. Do you see the very first slide was a logo? We thought it was really important that when we talk about our grant, that we have a marketing and symbol that represents what our work is. So anytime you see this logo, you'll know that it's part of the Kansas Youth Transition Network grant on that. So currently there's 6 out of 8 Centers for Independent Living centers that are participating currently. And so initially we were going to start with 1 or 2 pilot sites. Based upon what we're learning in the first year, we decided, let's just jump in all 6 centers for independent living, or they all jumped in together. So currently, they have all hired staff. Different centers are at different levels as far as where they're at. Kansas City, Kansas, is probably the one that has probably the most, increase that they're working with right now. So they're kind of ahead of the game everywhere. So here's the potential pilot sites are Kansas City, Kansas, Salina, Goodland, Dodge City, Phillipsburg, Manhattan, Altamont, Cherryville, and the future sites are Beloit and Concordia for this next year. Now know that this is our starting point, and what we're hoping that this will be expanded throughout Kansas, and more districts will be involved with that. So what we're finding out is most of the centers for independent living already have a contact within that school district. And so that's been kind of a good way to get into the door. I've been able to help facilitate a meet and greet Zoom for those that really haven't been involved with that district or particular district. So what we do is I set up a Zoom meeting between the Centers for Independent Living and the special education director. And it's kind of basically a meet and greet and talk about the benefits, what the grant is about, and try to establish that relationship that hasn't been established before. Let's see. One of the things that part of the grant, we had talked about hiring 2 people. One will be full-time with this grant, and we're currently working with Pittsburgh State University, who that person will be employed by PSU as a coordinator, a logistics person, a fiscal kind of overseer working with me. So there's a variety of tasks that this new position will be providing on that.
Yeah, and I think that I think that's a kind of a nice overview and of kind of where we are, and just to really reiterate, because this is such an important piece, is simply that the ability through this grant for us to be funding someone whose entire job now is not just having to carve out a little bit of time when you can to help with manage all this statewide coordination, but to be a full-time job and to have someone like Stacy who can do that is such a game changer for being able to make these things work. And then now that it's up and going, the coordination piece that's through PSU, Pittsburgh State University, but being able to be responsive and facilitate with those local networks, when they're setting up meetings and things to help support them, is that additional logistical support, because I think we were getting to a point as a state where there's only so much only so much progress we can make amongst all these very amongst all these collaborators that really want to see progress made, but we all had other jobs, and we were trying to do this kind of more in our spare time than having specific funding and resources dedicated just to facilitate that coordination and moving it forward. It's important to note too that while those local networks are starting in specific pilot sites, the entire purpose of this is to build the infrastructure to scale these things up over time in a way that districts, not that they're required to do it, because they're not, but that communities can look at the resources that have been developed as part of this project, as the processes, the model, and be able to start utilizing that within their own communities to really improve to really lean into the collaboration between the districts, the educational staff, VR, CREAs, the SILs, and families. It's a very much a community, family, student driven process. From the get-go with the inclusion in our steering committee of those stakeholders and then with the local networks. Really being intentional about having that meaningful collaboration with the local students and family members. So we're in year one. This last year was was just really year zero. The way these grants are designed. We are currently in what is termed the pilot year, where we're starting now with the actual pilot sites, and then next year will be the first full year of this 5-year grant. So certainly we'll have a lot more to share then, and I expect even here in a few months towards the end of the school year we'll have a lot more probably to share as well, and be happy to come back with more detail and maybe next time involve some of the partners as well.
Dean, do you think, you just mentioned like end of the year, we have another meeting in April. Do you think by then it's feasible or really we need to wait even longer? I mean, I don't want it to just be the same, but if you're gonna have more information, then maybe it'd be worth putting it back on the agenda in April.
Yeah, I kind of defer to, I would defer to you guys as far as when you want to have us back. Whether it's then or wait till the summer. I will say between now, because we're in January, between now and then, in April, I think the main things where we would expect to see additional progress on is just the movement with those local sites. It'd still be pretty early.
Okay.
So it would be a pretty short update is my expectation. So you would, if you want for something a little more substantive, probably a little bit later, but we're available at whenever you'd like to hear from us.
Okay.
Stacey, what do you think?
Yeah, that's fine. Right now, like I said, Centers for Independent Living have just now been able to hire staff. And so that takes a while for them to do their orientation and philosophy of Centers for Independent Living and knowing what services and supports they can offer. So it's gonna take some time before everybody's up and running.
And that's fine. We'll build our agenda, but I just kind of wanted to feel, because obviously we'll meet again in the summer and that may be the best. Marvin, I think you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Dean and Stacy, for bringing this up. I've been in SEAC now 11 years, and I think this is our third push. Dean, we've been in so many transition stuff. I know Bert and Stacy have been on doing stuff even much more longer than that, I'm sure. I'm part of our local transition council that we've established a few years ago in the Wichita area, which is not one of the SIL pilot sites. And then, of course, we have our capacity check-in, I think, in January 31st. So we've got these different components, and I'm glad that we have a grant to establish someone in charge of this stuff, because you're right, we're all doing this on our spare time. I think also Sarah Hartware's group is at KUCD is working on trying to figure out how to get transition coordinators into every district or at least every co-op. And I wrote some stuff for some people on that last week. So there's still all these moving pieces. And I'm assuming, as you talked about that, at some point we're going to try to get all these pieces together. I mean, that's the intent. That is probably maybe year 2, 3, 4. I don't know, but am I right? At some point we're going to have a centralized state website, which is good because we have a local transition council website. So all that stuff will get blended eventually, because I think that's what we're trying to look for in the field. So I'm assuming we're going to blend this all together in the future. Is that correct? And kind of finally move past where we've hit the wall, every couple of years, and then we start over. So
Yes, that's the dream. So initially, part of this website needs to address our grant and the pilot sites that are involved. But also, we've also talked about connecting with the local council that exists. We also talked about videos that we could post, resources for families, students, and practitioners. Yes, so that's the dream that we're aiming for. And one of the things we're really talking about is sustainability also, because sometimes when you get grants and you have money, And after that money is gone, then things tend to kind of disappear. So we're also having conversations about how we could possibly sustain that and who would be involved with that and that type of thing. So there's a lot of conversations going on right now. So it's just, it's pretty exciting time. We're all pretty excited about what the potential can be for this website for Kansas.
So thank you for pushing this forward. I started pushing the transition stuff when my daughter was 10. She's almost 23 now. And so we still have a lot of work to do, but we've come a long way. So thank you for doing that.
This is Autumn. So with transitions now, I'm working with IEPs, there's a whole section very much focused on transitions and what can you do for students afterwards who qualify for IEPs under IDEA. However, are you gonna also be reaching out to students who are on 504s? Because if it wasn't for somebody unrelated to my district, I would not have realized my daughter who was on 504 qualified for VR services. When I brought it to the 504 coordinator at her high school, she didn't even realize 504 students qualified for VR services. But because I had a family friend who worked in the Wichita area with the VR services, that's how I found out about it. She qualified and is actually paying most of her way through college. And so is there also going to be support for those families to find out that there are some of these services also are available for the students who are on 504s in addition to the IEPs?
So this is exactly why we're doing this stuff, is because we each have our different bubbles, and our different, like, so for instance, fun fact, under the IDA Part B piece, because that is so focused specifically on special education with an IEP and such, there's the 504 is distinct and different, and so it tends to. It's not typically explicitly included in our conversations when we're talking about how all these different pieces fit together. But to your point, when we're talking with our VR friends and pre-ex, and that is part of their world. And so it's trying to identify where might there be gaps and opportunities for us to ensure that nothing's slipping through the cracks. And KSDE, and more specifically the Special Education and Title Services team that I and Stacy, Brian, that many of us are on, we might not be the ones that have the authority and responsibility to administer 504, but we need to be aware of it and how it fits into the system, so that as we're providing guidance and resources to districts, that it's done in a way that's part of a larger coherent system to support families and students. And that's the kind of thing that we want to be aware of. I make a note just to make sure, because we want to be intentional about these things. So, raising that specific question, I don't want to say that, oh yeah, we definitely got it, because I don't know if we do. But that's the kind of point that we bring up in like our steering committee meetings, executive committee meetings, to then identify, do we have this covered, or what can we do better to make sure that it is covered? So that's a fantastic point.
Yeah, because I feel like there's a lot of 504 students who finish high school who are not getting support that they are eligible for, because there's not the knowledge that they are eligible for such support.
This is Lindsay, and I again, this is not necessarily the forum, but since we're taking notes, maybe for other people that can also help. I think that 504, unless it's a student that was on an IEP that transitioned to a 504, I think those end up being a little bit more covered because they have the IDEA pieces underneath it. But I think in general, 504 across the state, one, we're seeing an increase in them. And needs beefed up a lot in training for the gen ed folks, for the people who are like in our district. I mean, some sped directors are in charge of that, or student service people, but some are our counselors or building administrators. And I think there's a huge fall off in education there. So just throwing that on the table for any powers that be that might be able to help facilitate. There used to be some trainings on it. I don't even think that that's occurring or as much or not. The same time I've offered to help. Hey, do you guys want training? I'll go find someone, and I don't get much of yeah, but they need it. So however that can maybe be put out there amongst the field.
I think it's time for our agency to reach out to the Office of Civil Rights and have a conversation with them about unmet needs in our state for Section 504. And maybe come up with some sort of agreement with them on how we can get information distributed in a more timely manner, because Autumn's absolutely right. Because 504 is handled under the Office of Civil Rights, and years ago, they told our agency we were not to provide any support, technical assistance, if you will, for 504, because that was their job, but they never show up to provide any technical assistance. So I think maybe it's time to reach out to the Office of Civil Rights, and because I know the federal government had information they sent out recently about IDEA and 504. So Autumn, that's a good point, and we'll reach out to OCR and see what we can find out. Because perhaps it's time for them to come and do a statewide training, or to provide us with guidance on what we can and cannot provide to the field on Section 504. Because I know I had to develop my own forms, and they were all over the place, and there were model forms online, and yeah, and I know you deal with that too.
Yeah, and we do some training for families around Section 504 and definitely talk about it often. But it is, you know, I remember back in, you know, it's because I've been around a while too, Joe Miller days, and one of Joe's responsibilities from KSDE was, you know, she was kind of pushing, and Sid maybe, I don't know, different people were pushing that 504 training and doing it. And then I guess that's what happened. You were told you couldn't do it anymore, because I think it was very helpful. Well, and I went to a training at KASB one, and I don't remember who put it on, but it was at KASB. I had a notebook that came out of it a long time ago, when I was a counselor. So again, different, yes, it was Donna Whiteman, now that you said. So it's, but still, I think those have stopped also.
Yeah.
And maybe it would do something to, I don't know, bridge a gap there with OCR a little bit in our worlds, but I think parents are being better informed, and that is not a bad thing. But our schools need to be better equipped and prepared too, so.
So I'll just share, CASE, the Council of Administrators of Special Education, is the national organization affiliated with CEC. They have contracted with an attorney to do trainings on 504. And there's one coming up. It's a virtual training. And then they also are putting out, this attorney, a 504 process manual. And so that's information I know I shared with my superintendents. I don't know if they'll send anyone, but there is some training happening through CASE. And you don't have to be a member to attend the training. Obviously, you'll have to pay more money. But Julie Weatherly is the attorney, and she's,
Phenomenal.
you know, phenomenal and very knowledgeable.
That's awesome information. Okay, we kind of totally went another direction there, but to bring it back to transition, any other comments, questions for Stacy or Dean before we kind of keep moving? It's open for discussion for sure.
Is there additional funding, like after the initial grant period, or when it's done, it's done?
Good question. So, when it's done in 5 years. Now, this grant was unusual, in that unlike most multi-year grants from the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services, which typically, and Carrie Haig would be very familiar, just like with SPDIG or other things, it might be a 5-year grant, but you get, you know, incremental funding over the course of those 5 years, a little bit each year. That's not how they did this. We received it was entirely front-loaded, meaning that even if there was a change in administration, law, whatever, we've already received the 5-year funding. Now, we still, we don't have money in the bank, we still draw it down. That's a little bit in the weeds, but the money's there. But to Stacy's earlier point, from the get-go, this project has always been about doing work that is going to be sustainable. So we're not creating, the idea is not to create a bunch of new things that require new FTE and new expensive systems that have to be maintained, et cetera. It's more about developing processes, systems, and an infrastructure of resources and best practices that we can then build on, and then in some cases it might be like the website, which there's an intentionality about it being done in a way that is sustainable without needing additional funding, that sort of thing. So that was a long answer, say, no, there won't be any more money after.
But there may be additional opportunities.
That is correct.
And so we can watch for those, and because we have this grant, it might give us a little lift up for the next one along the line. Because we want Stacy to stay very busy with her transition activities. We want to build capacity around the state to improve transition supports and services, because that is a long-term mission. Having a child that gets straight A's and can't find a job or has difficulty transitioning to real life is not the outcome we want. So we want to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our students, and more importantly, getting them connected to the services once they matriculate from high school and they go on to whatever they're going to do. Because that's really what it's all about. And I think they're taking their break now, Marvin, so you and I might want to head down.
Is there anything else on transition? Okay, hearing none, we are also going to take a break. We are going to go ahead and take a break until 10:15. So it actually is about 20 minutes right now. And we will start back up at 10:15. I'm gonna join you guys
Yes,
and then I will. Sorry, we had a little extended break, but we got caught down talking to the state board, so that was good, but we are back. We do have next up with fiscal forum information with Dean Seitz again.
Well, and this is gonna be a really, this will be a really quick update because it really is just sort of a save the date and an FYI for you all. This is another one of those that, for those of you that have been on SEAC for a while or familiar with a little more familiar with KSDE, you may already be aware of this, but annually, we have for the last about four years now, we have, as a state agency, provided a federal programs fiscal forum in the beginning of each year. This year, the dates are March 27th and 28th. And the actual registration hasn't gone up quite yet, but as soon as it's up, we'll make sure it gets circulated to everybody. But March 27th and 28th this year, that's a Thursday and a Friday. It'll be a 1.5 day opportunity in Wichita at the Marriott down there, the corporate Marriott, or Marriott on Corporate Hills. And the reason we flagged it for you is that it is a fiscal forum, but it's not for accountants, right? What we're talking about here is this is the opportunity for our local districts and like our special education directors and their staff members, and as well as like our some of our ESEA programs like Title I, Title III, English learners, et cetera. It's their opportunity and your opportunity to come and learn about the rules of the road for those laws that govern all federal grants and particularly educational grants. What we commonly refer to as like the Uniform Grant Guidance, the Education Department General Administrative Regulations, or EDGAR. Those are the rules of the road that are law and apply to everything, but they're important to know because they also are they help kind of frame out where states and local districts and other organizations have requirements and also where they have decision points. And it's important to understand those from especially in the world of informing policy and where there's opportunities for change. And so it is something that I have, and Bert probably speak more on this, but this is the kind of thing that in the past, I think that KSD has helped support for SEAC members to attend. So
I'd be glad to help.
Yes, so if there's interest in, like I said, we'll watch for more, that'll come out here soon, but March 27th and 28th, all day on the 27th. And then we start with we provide breakfast in the morning and lunch. It's a working breakfast, working lunch. And we get done we get done by 5 o'clock. And then the following day, that Friday, start with breakfast again at 8. And then we wrap up by noon so people can get on the road. I will say that if you can only make one day, Thursday is the one, especially for this group, that you'd really want to hit. Friday is, there will be content, but it's also a lot of time is devoted on Friday for district staff to work on updating their policies and procedures. So we treat that as a little bit more of a workshop opportunity. Most of the content will be on the first day. And if you have been before, or been to some of these before, it's worth noting that for this year, because there were significant changes to both the Uniform Grant Guidance and EDGAR, the latter part of 2024, there will be a lot of new updates and information there in March. And by that time too, this is usually part of it as well. By that time as well, we'll have a little better sense of kind of where things are at with the Department of U.S. Department of Education in terms of the staffing there and kind of things that are coming down the pipe in terms of legislation, federal policy. So there's generally some updates on that as well. And I didn't mention this explicitly yet, but we do for this forum, we bring in nationally recognized experts and presenters that help provide some additional context and flavor to this. We'll have some of the KSD staff will be presenting as well, but like the Bruce Lee Manasovitz firm that does a fantastic job of providing information on this in a really digestible way, as well as some of our other national partners will be there to help present. So So March 27th, March 28th, you can make it, and stay tuned for the information on attending that.
The DOJ guides.
Oh, yeah, that is actually a fun, so, yeah, so, well, so Carrie's, mentioned the DOJ, it's not DOJ, it's Office of Inspector General, but
Oh, okay.
but they're the ones with the guns. So Office of Inspector General, that's US Department, through the US Department of Education. There's the, we always, just because it's fun to hear about train wrecks. We do generally have, Office of Inspector General generally comes and presents about, kind of what they're seeing in terms of when things have gone awry, whether it's fraud or what have you. And yes, we do generally try to hear from some of the ones that are the ones with guns that actually are out doing some of this because they have some of the best stories. But yeah, so.
Thank you, Dean. Does anyone have any questions for Dean about that before we move on? I was all in until you said they had guns, and I'm afraid they would take me.
No.
Now I'm worried about my safety because I'm, my checkered back.
That's right.
around here. Just kidding. All right, moving on, we have virtual graduation with Brian Dempsey and Vermont.
I believe that Alicia's gonna show you something on the screen. I tried to make you copies and they kept jamming. And it did not like this size paper, but it took this size paper to get the data. So there's the data, and it's not any easier for you to read there. So this will be sent to you. But what I wanted to share with you is that the data for the entire state is listed here. So what we have, graduates were 24, 6,850 male, 7,032 female for free meals. Reduced meals, 2,287. Female, 2,169. Then we have students with disabilities. We had 3,281 males, 1,968 females. And normally, don't we have more women than men? But anyway, ELL, 2,855. Migrant, 281. Homeless, 1,227. And I had her highlight virtual because that's what we're talking about today. So there were 2,683 virtual graduates. In the military, 963, and then we also have foster care, 190. So this is disaggregated across 24, 23, 22, 21. So you have longitudinal data for graduates. And I'm sorry it's so small and difficult for you to see, but I will tell you what it says. So non-graduates, we had 740 free meal males that didn't graduate, 500 females, reduced meals, 139 males, 101 female, students with disabilities, 304 male, 149 female, ELL 271, migrant 23, homeless 197, virtual 693. Military 29, foster care 52. Down here you see the graduation rate. Showing the totals for all years, then it's showing you the graduation rate. So the lowest is virtual. It's at 68.3%. Yes.
So, but within that virtual, you could have an ELL child or a migrant or disabled or military or foster care. I mean,
This
it's
is
all
actually-
virtual together.
This is all virtual together.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all in there because I don't know that we collect that data
That we could
necessarily.
disaggregate.
Because free and reduced C,
okay.
they wouldn't have meal services.
Right. Okay.
And students with disabilities could be in that virtual count, but
Mhm.
they're not considered a student with a disability because people used to tell them, you can't enroll if you're a student with a disability, so the parent would take consent away and then the child would be enrolled. So they're still a student with a disability as far as I'm concerned, but paperwork says they're not. But that is the highest percent, if you will, for non-graduates is the virtual.
Bert, is there a way in the future that we can track whether they have a disability or they're on an IEP if they're virtual?
we can get that information from Kyle. We can ask for it, but we have to put in a data request to them and we can do that.
Because I'm wondering if, regular virtual might be, non-special, it might be 85, 86, and then it's, 50%.
No, I get it. This was the best they could do
Right,
with the
right.
request I gave them. But we'll make sure that Alicia sends this to the SEAC group so that you all receive it. I don't know if you can do that now or not.
I
can send it in the email that she just sent out for me.
And that way you all that have a computer, you'd be able to pull it up and look at it yourselves. But I just think it's interesting to look across all areas and to look at, I thought there'd be a lot more non-graduates, frankly. And across the entire schema, especially migrant, when you only see 23 of the migrant and 281, that says we're probably doing a pretty good job of keeping them in school and up with their peers. Homeless, that percent's high, 197 compared to 1,227, but we still have 1,227 homeless students that graduated. And that's with their cohort. So overall, I think the data is telling us that Kansas does a pretty good job with graduation, but we could do a better job if you look at percents with foster care, virtual, which was the lowest, by the way, homeless. Those are all what I would consider to be significantly lower than the other groups.
I do think on that data request, when we look at that data in the future, we do have to take into consideration. It's not gonna necessarily show us those families that revoked consent, so it's gonna be a little skewed, but it will be more than we have now. I think it's still a good data request to ask for, but because I still think parents are doing that. Maybe not at the higher rate that they were, but
And see what the virtual programs will tell you is that some of these kids entered the virtual program with 2 or 3 credits as juniors, but they will stay with them as adults because they can take adults and get paid for credits earned. And they will work until they graduate at maybe 26.
and I did have a kiddo that, I'm sorry to interrupt Carrie, but that went to virtual, a young lady who had moved in with me, and she went her senior year, and they did ask about an IEP. They did, you know what I mean? There was no, we don't take, and I think that has probably stopped, but I think there is still some of it that occurred, but and they still checked in with her. I wouldn't say it was nearly as in-depth as the services were in the brick and mortar, but she also was doing well, so there wasn't much of a need either, so.
I think you're right. If we could get better data to report out so that we look at students with disabilities, because we have the overall count, but in the virtual program, how many were students with disabilities? So I'll ask Kyle if he can disaggregate that, if we collect it, and if we don't, then I have to check to see what it takes for us to collect it. Because that's gen ed. That's not considered special ed when we're looking at virtual, but we do have special education students enrolled in those programs, and so we want to make sure we have that data.
If I was a gen ed administrator, I'd be very concerned about virtual being the lowest graduation rate. Period.
But I'd be interested to know if they track how many of these 693 do graduate within
Yes.
1, 2, or 3
Right.
years.
Yes.
They just didn't graduate with their cohort, because the way we measure it, they have to graduate within the range of their cohort, or they're considered to be non-graduates, even though they can stay in school till they're 21. Now, students with disabilities get a code 22 and their kids when they are in an 18 to 21 services, not programs. Services, because they're supposed to be individualized to the needs of that child. So we don't know if they're being coded appropriately. I mean, there's so many things that can happen in error, because we found that Mason does a really good job of policing that. But we do miss some. But I just thought you needed the whole graduation data so that you could see comparatively how much lower was virtual than everyone else. And it looks like the average, I think he brags about that being about 87% for the state. So at 68%, that's considered to be discrepant. And foster, we don't have that many kids, but at the same time, we need to do a better job of getting them graduated. Unfortunately, some of them can be adjudicated to be their own adult at 16. In which case, a lot of them will go for work because it's so hard for them to find housing and food and be able to go to school full time. Anyway,
Yeah, that's, I mean, honestly, that's not this conversation, but the foster, of course, I adopted out of the foster system, so it's near and dear, but that's sad to me because those kids already, for whatever reason, have been dealt a disadvantaged hand. And so now with that on top of it, life just keeps getting harder and the cycle potentially continues.
I've always said they should remove the parents from the home and leave the kids alone. And provide foster parents within the home so that they can stay within their public school and continue on without the disruption, because we've done them such a disservice through the years, thinking we're protecting them, but we're actually causing them more trauma often. That's my opinion. I just want you to know how I feel about that. Not that I have strong feelings, but I have strong feelings. I can get you more information. I'll see what I can do, but with the time I had, this was really good information I thought I had.
No,
Especially for students with disabilities, to see that out of 3,281 males, 304 had not graduated yet. Because we have to put the yet on there. We don't know that they dropped out. We don't know if they're continuing on to 19 or 20.
Did some of the virtual in the GED and then that still.
Once you get your GED, you're not counted anymore because that's considered to be a school completer.
Okay, so that would be classified as a graduation.
Because that's the problem, or I want to say the concern we have with some of our correctional facilities who go after getting a child through a GED before they get released back into the public, so that they leave with a piece of paper that they can take to get a job. It says I have the equivalent of a high school diploma because I met my GED. Because I know if Trish were here, she could talk to you. And you could talk to us. Beth.
Probably half of our kids get their GED. And they do get removed from special education.
Yeah, thank you.
But you had how many graduate?
We, in the last 2 ceremonies, we had about 60 kids. So it was good, half GED, half diploma.
And Tricia always said it depended on their release date and what they could get them through, so they had something when they left there.
And that's, we have a 6-month window where once a kid hits 6 months before they leave our facility, if they meet a certain criteria, we do everything we can. If we know that there's no way they're gonna be able to graduate with a diploma, we do everything we can to get them with their GED before they leave, because if they don't,
They won't.
they're never gonna get it, so.
Yeah, and then to be released back to the community and maybe have no housing. They're supposed to be getting assistance, but sometimes they go right back to old habits.
They go right back.
Yeah,
And they come back.
yeah.
That was so.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that song "Birds of a Feather." I mean, but we'd hope that we could turn it around for a lot of our kids, that they can find supports, and they can, and they do. There are jobs out there that will hire and work with students, but you just got to have the knowledge of who they are and how to get a job there.
And we have a list of those organizations that will take in.
Oh, that is great.
So Bert, I know there is a charter and virtual education advisory council. There's limited information on KSDE about that, but I wonder, is that a group that at some point SEAC should attempt to connect with, or?
I think we have better opportunities. They're in between leadership.
Okay.
Because I think we tried a year ago, right?
We did, and nothing was done, and then that person left.
Well, and I sent an application to join that council, but never got
Never.
any kind of response.
I think it's because they're not meeting.
Well, according to this, they had a meeting December 11th.
I'll ask Beth, because she would be in charge of the CSAS. I'll see what Beth has to say and
Okay.
tell her that we'd like to even have an ex officio member attend so that we can hear the conversation.
Mhm.
Okay,
But that they should consider even having special ed at the table in general.
well, they're supposed to have a member.
And maybe they do, I don't.
I don't think they do that.
I
That's why
don't
we
either.
discussed that.
That was our problem before, and then they told us,
Well,
oh,
according,
sure, we're anxious.
according to this from December 11th, they have a special ed rep, Lydia Hunninghake. I don't know who that is.
Might be a parent.
I don't know.
What was the last name?
I know who Lydia is. Sorry, this is Whitney George. Lydia is a virtual sped teacher in, I don't know if she's with USD 383 or what school district she's with, but she used to work at my school multiple years ago, but she is like an online sped teacher for virtual.
She
Okay.
also used to work, for K-12's Kansas schools, KSDE. She worked under me when I was the special programs manager for that school. She is amazing and she does have a great background in that. I don't know what she is doing now, but I do think they have a good representative.
That's good to hear.
I think it's just getting the information as it's occurring, being at the table, hearing the conversations. I think that's the critical piece that we need, so that we know what's being addressed, how it's being addressed, and who's addressing.
Can we extend an invitation to her for our April meeting?
Sure.
As a guest.
If we can get contact information, I think that's a great idea.
I can find out her official like school email and ask.
I would appreciate that because we're kind of in a quandary right now. We have a charter member on SEAC as an open position that's not filled because we don't have charters that are typically the types of charters in other states where they're standalone. Our charters are associated with the district. In fact, they can't form unless a district supports that work. But if we change that to charter virtual, because back when the federal government put this together for membership, there wasn't much in the virtual arena. So it would be nice to have somebody that works in virtual that might be able to serve, and we expand our charter membership to include virtual. And we might get some members that way, if it's all right with SEAC.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move that forward because I had that as an item I wanted to address. And I know it's not the time to address it, but I appreciate you letting me do so.
Would that be a bylaw change at all?
No, it's just, it just flex.
No, bylaw really doesn't have that listed. Where we get it is in, the members are to consist of two of these, one of the, it may be in the bylaw, but it says a charter school. Well, this is a virtual school, a charter school. It doesn't have the name charter, but it has this.
How we define it.
Yeah, yeah, we need to. We'll bring it back.
There's a lawyer in the room.
It depends.
He didn't bring his magic 8 ball, so he can't.
Sure. I have one, but it always tells me no.
I got one for Christmas.
Every time you turn it over, it says no. Should I call? No. Should I go to? No. I'll let you know later.
Did you have something, Brian?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I think it's been happening in a couple of years. There's an annual digital conference, learning conference in Andover, February 13th and 14th are this year's dates. That's addresses virtual schools. So if you want an opportunity to learn more as well, while we explore getting somebody here.
That's a great idea.
I plan on attending. I don't know if you,
I had thought about it. I don't know if I've seen the registration.
during my break so I can go.
But yeah,
Break.
I think if we
Conference
could get
break, so I don't have to get a.
more connection with that group,
I think so
whether,
too.
even if we can't get them as a member of SEAC, maybe they could, someone from their council could be an ex officio member of our SEAC as well.
appreciate
I
that.
mean, just some kind of connection, because it feels like we should be working together and maybe we're not.
Okay, and they have that position posted, I understand, for David Bernhoff's position when he went to work for KNEA.
Okay.
So as that gets filled, but right now, that position works under Beth, so I'll talk to Beth.
Anything else on virtual graduation, virtual schools in general?
Bring what I can find.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. Okay, moving on, and we are right on schedule. This hardly ever happens. We are going on to dyslexia data with Bert.
So at this point in time, it's very interesting that when I asked Mason Vosberg, who's my data guru, do we collect the dyslexia data? He said no. And the reason that we don't is because it was a state mandate. And so we don't have it in our SPED Pro system to collect that as a separate category because it falls under learning disability. So if we wanted that data, we would have to send a survey out to all of the districts and say, or all of our LEAs, co-ops, interlocals, whatever, and say, can you please get us a number of how many students you've identified in the last year that have met learning disability with dyslexia? Now, that's a survey we could do, but we need to figure out that if we collect that data, the legislators, and they may ask for it anyway, and then we'll go and collect it. But they could ask for that data from us. And then that it could become a new debatable issue to where they want us to look at dyslexia like we currently do gifted. My dilemma is this, and the reason I went to the learning disability is because when you look at the definition of dyslexia, it says it's a neurobiological learning disability. When you look at the IDEA, it says learning disability, including dyslexia. So there was no need to duplicate it, but rather to recognize it and to evaluate and identify it. And school psychologists for years, having been one myself, were like, that's a medical diagnosis. That's a clinical diagnosis. We don't diagnose dyslexia. We're not asking you to diagnose it. We're asking you to identify it through the data that supports that the child meets that. And it does not require sending that child to a specialist somewhere to get an evaluation. It requires us to look at their phonemic awareness, their phonics, how well they are addressing word decoding, and deciding that it's significant enough that they meet a learning disability with the characteristic of dyslexia. Because what do you do differently for a learning disability compared to a child with learning disability with dyslexia? I mean, the interventions may be different depending upon the need of the child. It's supposed to be individualized. So it's not like we're going to create a whole new platform of service supports for a student that has dyslexia under learning disability than we do currently for learning disability. We individualize it based upon the weaknesses and the needs. So I'm a little remiss because once we start doing that, then we can't use any federal dollars to support the interventions for a child who meets the state definition of dyslexia. Just like gifted, we can't get any federal dollars to support that. I don't want every teacher to have to fill out every day a time and effort log that says I spent this amount of my time working on dyslexia and this amount of my time doing everything else. And then having to take that as a deduction out of their categorical aid for payment when they don't get enough right now to support their work. So that's the director of special ed telling you why I moved it through the process I did. And why I currently don't have that in the SPED Pro system to collect it. But we can, if it's needed. But my feeling is, don't poke the bear unless the bear says, I need this bone now, in which case we'll collect it.
Let me, Bert, if I could ask a question. So last year, I think we started identifying it as SLD-D or D or
We asked them to put a
whatever,
checkbox in the
or something
IEP that said
many times.
dyslexia.
Okay, so all the districts have that information.
Oh,
But this-
I pushed it.
Yeah, but the state does not have that information.
We
So
don't-
apparently we don't upload it in SPED Pro.
No,
So we would have to go to, like, for us, we'd have to go to our IEP provider and say, hey, can you give me this number? Or can I run a quick report that says you've got
The
72
kids
kids
synergy,
or whatever. Yeah, whatever your program is.
the program. would
And
have
then
to give
send
you
it
that.
back. So the data's out there, and which is what you guys were ultimately wanting if it got asked for. I mean, I kind of agree. I'd like to kind of know, but at the same time, I don't know that it's worth knowing.
Well, the main thing is
The
that
risk
kids are getting
reward.
served and they're getting served appropriately.
Yeah.
And we're not getting complaints. Brian, I don't think that I've read one on dyslexia compared to identification or services. So I think we're meeting the
Needs.
basic need that was addressed by Molly and putting it in the bill at the end of the session. That we finally are saying schools, you can and you will identify, not diagnose, identify. Yes, Joyce.
Lisa Carney posted Kansas a link for Kansas Digital Learning Conference 2025 session details, so I can send that out.
Okay, that'd be
Thank you.
fine. That way people can figure out if they want to attend. But until SEAC tells me we need this data for this purpose, I feel like we need to wait until we're asked by legislators before I have to do another survey of the districts who already feel overwhelmed and understaffed, to have to go and find a way to collect that data.
Well, then it's not gonna line up with it.
I know. So, yeah. So I put it on here so I could confess and just tell you, you know, why I'm doing what I'm doing and why I haven't really pushed it. Because I really don't want to create anything that's not needed. But the work's being supported, and I have to take that from, I don't get calls. I don't have anybody that is a parent of a child with dyslexia that says my kid's not being served now. They won't serve my kid. This was what I was getting. They won't serve my kid because they need something from a physician that says they have dyslexia. I was getting those before and I'm not getting those anymore. That was the whole point. Serve the kid.
Hey, Bert, this is Mike. I can be one parent with that to let you know that it's still out there and still a thing.
But it's still being said, Mike?
I am a parent of a child with dyslexia, and we're not being served today. And we went and got our own diagnosis and we're working through it.
Okay.
And you know, it's always as a parent, it's a delicate thing when you're working. And you know, so we have not filed a complaint or done anything, but we're like a year and a half into this since we shared the diagnosis with them. I mean, shared the actual diagnosis that we got and have not received anything yet.
Did you ask for a comprehensive evaluation, Mike?
We have now.
Okay.
Okay. And
You know, that's I think semantics when we shared the diagnosis with them and said we'd like, you know, and that's one of those things. Even doing advocacy and knowing, you know, it's still a challenge. So,
okay,
you know, and I don't want to throw shade because you know, we're a small school and they're amazing. It's just, you know, there are gaps.
And that's what we want to hear about up here.
Yes.
Is what the gaps are, so we can nip it, because we've had to do that initially last year a couple of times, where we had to let school psychologists know, yes, you can identify, and you do not need a medical diagnosis.
Well, we have the diagnosis, so that wasn't even, you know, like that isn't even an issue, but it's just kind of the whole, there's a gap in how it plays out to the student, I guess, still. And I think that's not surprising in the grand scheme of things, but it's still very much there. I'll say that.
And you have asked for a comprehensive evaluation.
Yes, and we're starting that process now.
Okay.
But that you know, because obviously there's many. Yeah, I mean, and we wanted to have a 504 for him initially, you know, and just again because as we move through some of those things, like he's a freshman, so he's a lot later in the game than a lot of kids. But like he had to take the ACT without any accommodations because and again, to his credit, he wanted to go take the ACT by himself, you know, so we registered and did it, but he wasn't able to receive any accommodations. And I think he now gets how important that is to be able to have those.
Okay.
But, you know, that would be like one specific example. And again, this is for discussion purposes, not to, you know, like not a complaint.
Right.
Well,
I think, Mike, what I'm hearing too is kind of a testament to a little bit what we talked about earlier in terms of just that 504 piece and honestly, what we heard at law conference with the responsibility of child find under 504 that often gen ed administrators don't acknowledge or realize, and some training there, but also that our work's not done on the special ed side completely either. And so, although we feel we may have made progress, maybe we got some more work to do.
Yeah, I'm like I said, the intent is not to throw shade, just to communicate that there is still a gap, even if you're not hearing complaints formally. You know, and I know we're not alone in that respect. Right. But you know, I mean, and he's, our son, I mean, that part of the challenge is he is great at masking. And so, the school's like, well, but he's doing fine. He's testing this, he's doing that. And we're like, yeah, he still has dyslexia. And at the core, you're still not addressing his underlying needs that are only going to be worse as he gets further along. And, and here we are halfway through his freshman year, and we started talking about this when he was a sixth grader.
Well, thank you, Mike, for sharing that. That's
Yeah.
again, like you said, why we're kind of here and why we want to hear that feedback. And I know that's why, Bert wants to hear that too, from the state
I
level.
need to share with the field their responsibility and their accountability for serving students when it's brought by a parent to have any type of medical or clinical diagnosis. They have to consider it.
And and our school does amazing stuff. So I am not, I mean, there's a lot of things that they are just awesome. This is just like one little piece is a big deal to our son and us, but it's just, I think that's just one of those things to be aware of, that it is still out there and is very much a thing, and I don't think that relates necessarily. I'm not sure how that fits into the data side of it, but just as far as how, like, on the whole, we're doing with dyslexia, that there's still significant challenges, but there's a lot more awareness than there ever was before, which is a great thing.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything to add to this conversation?
One, this last semester, I had a student who had all of the signs of dyslexia. And so when we conducted the IEP, we spoke to the parents saying, we see all this stuff. You are more than welcome to go get diagnosis. However, everything we put into place is what we would have put into place if she had a formal diagnosis. Come to find out, the biological father has dyslexia too. And so after the meeting was all done, then we provided her information. If you desire to go and get diagnosis, here is different places you could look into it. But like we said during the meeting, everything we have set up in her IEP is for a student who has dyslexia, and all the accommodations we would personalize for a student with it. And that's kind of how we handled it.
Well, I appreciate that, but if the district requires a medical diagnosis, but I'm just saying, if they do, or a clinical diagnosis, they must pay for it.
Yeah. No, we never just said that. We said, we do not need to get one. If you are interested in the information, here's some just additional information to give to you. It was after the meeting was fully finished and we had finalized the IEP meeting. This is just for your information. We never said, we said we do not have to get one. It was just up to the parent. So they could, because parents were asking, where do I go? How do I, so it was just information given, not any kind of thing required. Because we knew that and we were not going to get ourselves into that situation.
Okay.
But that's kind of how we did it. We treated it as if she did, with giving her the accommodations.
You treated her as if she had a learning disability with characteristics of dyslexia.
That's exactly what I was trying to say, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for,
yeah, that's the point. Okay.
That was the point I was trying to make.
And what are you hearing?
What did I hear and what?
Are you hearing anything on dyslexia?
So I feel like it is going better at overall. We have Lisa is involved with the dyslexia committee here and also with the Kansas Dyslexia Learning Disabilities Council. And I feel like there's a lot more awareness for sure. Like he said, I'm going to pull up my report because I honestly haven't heard people talking about it as negatively, if you will, as we've had in the past. Let me pull out my numbers here real quick because I think learning disabilities actually went down during this time.
Yeah, you did.
A little bit. But no, I mean, I know that we've been doing a lot of work in that area just because it's a real passion for Lisa, because her son does have dyslexia and is served for learning disability. And so she's lived it and she's been that person who has been advocating for services. So she's just a great resource when we get those calls.
I appreciate that. I just thought I'd better check in with you too to see what you're hearing. But if the committee wants it, I'll get it.
I don't know that I necessarily feel like we need the data, but I think what Mike had shared is definitely still happening. And I think, you know, I just fielded a call from a parent the other day whose child is identified as LD and was like, do I need to go get an evaluation for dyslexia? And I said, well, let's talk about what that means, you know, and we can do that in the schools. So I do think there's still more education to be done. I think special education has probably done maybe a little more in terms of awareness with our school psychologists. But I think Mike's example is that perfect example of where we don't have enough resources, that a child may have dyslexia, but they may not qualify for special education under IDEA. And then what, you know, and then our schools feeling prepared to address that through a 504, or are they not feeling prepared? And I feel like that's maybe some of the piece that's missing too, is how do we support, you know, the students that do have dyslexia that don't qualify for special education.
I also think as a system, you know, as our system exists, we have at least a gen ed staff or two that like to throw out to parents right out of the gate, like, we think your kid might have dyslexia, and all that does is then like, oh my gosh, you know what I mean? And freak out. And so then they come to special education and we're like, we have to have whatever. And so I think it's educating both sides, and that's not necessarily even got to be at the state level. I mean, I think that's even at my level that I need to do a better job of that. But because I'm fully prepared in our system to be told that when my kiddo is in 6th grade, and I would just look back to them as a special educator and say, and how's that going to look differently? You know, but the parent that's not in education or has never dealt with or whatever does not know what to do. And so instead of, you know, exacerbating a huge problem, just being able to field that differently and work that team a little differently. So I think there's education on both sides, but it's definitely not a secret. I don't think it's that, but I think we still have work to do. I mean, I think, you know, to Mike's point, and Leslie's, we're seeing some improvement, but we still got work to do. Anything else?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
well, this is Mike. No, and I was just gonna say, I think, you know, just one of the challenges as things are rolling out, like I think it is significantly better for younger kids who do get at, you know, like they've changed things in the elementary school curriculum wise, and they're you know, setting up those tools. I think just the challenge is for kiddos like mine who are older, you know, like they totally missed all that, and yet they're still there. So I don't know how. I mean, and again, you know, we got connected with the Flint Hills Center in Manhattan, and you know, like we did some stuff on our own outside of school to try and fill the gap a little bit. But now Miles doesn't fit into their service array because they're geared towards younger kids and the schedules and when their classes are. And so here we are, you know, he's in high school, and you know, with many strengths, but still has dyslexia. And not at this point, you know, we're a few months into this without any plan. You know, we're the pieces, the evaluation and all that are starting to happen, but you know, he's going to be at the end of his freshman year without any, you know, additional help in if that makes sense. So I don't know how you handle, you know, those kids that are outside of kind of the norm of what the districts are doing, you know, which are amazing things for younger kids.
I think that's a great point because, you know, with the screeners, and although there are some at the higher levels, we focus so much on that early intervention, which is so needed and wonderful. But what happens after that for either way, the kids that weren't in that group, right? He was already beyond that, or somebody who moves in, or someone that's just not really having that need until maybe later. So I think that's a great point, that the older kids in particular are maybe where we're missing some services.
So awesome. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the discussion and kind of hijacking part of the thing, Bert. Sorry about that.
I'm not. I think it was great information to share, and we need to be aware of it so that we can be more proactive with the field to ensure that all students, each student is getting what they need to meet their need. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Anyone else on that before we move on? I don't want to cut anyone else off. Okay, next up we have ESI, and I know Trish is not going to be here, but we do have a packet of information that she handed out. If you did not get one, there's some on the back table.
PDF that Alicia
Okay,
put up, because she and I went over this data yesterday.
okay, so Bert's gonna talk about it. Is this being sent out to those people?
Just choose one and we'll figure out what it is and move on from there.
And is this being sent out electronically?
It will be.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Let's look at this. You were saying this one probably is not gonna be relevant. So try the other one.
You can pick that one.
Well, you have to have the first one to understand how this was figured. So if you can, yes, that's the one. And if we can move this up a little bit, some way the screen could be, show us the data clear. But these are the total incidents of ESI, thank you, that's perfect, of emergency safety interventions from 2021 to 23-24. Does anyone see anything suspicious in this data?
Maybe. Yeah. It's a little bit of a spike there and a way decline. All after COVID.
And we're talking about 10,000 here, so about 11,000 here, 15,000 there, and then all of a sudden it drops down to 7,000 in 22-23. And then it spikes back up to 21,000 approximately in 23-24.
When did the law change? 2023?
Changed last year.
So after this data?
23-24, it changed here.
Okay.
So this was the first year for the new seclusion and restraint data, and you're gonna see that in a few minutes about what happened with that data. But we were looking at this, trying to figure out what happened in 22-23. Did people just not report? I mean, this was one of the reasons why Jim Porter and Scott Gordon addressed this, so that we would shore up. Because if it was an issue of escorting a child and holding their arm, was that an escort or was that a restraint? Secluding a child, if the child is put in a room, and the example she gave is 2 kids are in a fight, and this is gen ed and special ed, this isn't just special ed. So this is total ed, and you have a fight and you put 2 kids in separate rooms, is that considered a seclusion? So in other words, the interpretation of the data changed, the interpretation of what we count. If you send a kid home, you said, oh, I think Johnny needs to come home, would you come get him? Is that considered an out of school suspension? Under the new law, it is. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just thinking back to things that I dealt with my students before that we never reported on because things have changed since 2023. I mean, it's been substantial changes. So yeah, we're gonna see that huge influx because I think reporting has gone up because we're now cognizant or we're thinking about it, we're looking at it.
Say, I'm glad you said that, because that's one of the things that she and I talked about. What happened in 2021? COVID.
Kids were in school, still virtual and remote.
So we had kids getting hybrid, kids getting all kinds of different types of services. We had a couple of districts that didn't start back up in 21-22 until April. I think 501 started back to the classroom in April. Then we had legislation that said you can't restrict the kids, no more than 40 hours can be provided in remote setting. And so 2022-23, we had more kids, but less reporting. The law changed 23-24. All of a sudden, we're doing a lot more reports. Can you move to the next screen? Because I want them to see the full picture.
Bert, can I think because, ESI has been my baby for about 10, 11 years since we started this.
You wanna go back to the?
No, we don't have to. I think you'll see those spikes throughout. And one of the things I think, and I talked probably with Mike Burgess a few years back. We all knew what it was 10 years ago, but there's I don't know of any superintendent that's still hardly in place 10 years ago or principal, and teachers are different and it falls off the radar, and we need to remind everybody every 5 years or so. And I would say in the last 2 years, there's been more discussion, talk about it in the gen ed settings for the first time. So I think people are finally reporting it to the levels that we actually reported, because I thought it was being way underreported for a couple of years, just based on what I know kids are like and what teachers do. So I think this is probably closest to the real data numbers. It's trying to tell us something. that we were looking for when we first started this a decade ago.
That's a great point to make, Marvin. If you look at this screen, these were the number of students with restraints and seclusions. These are restraints. High year, yellow is 2020, 2021, light blue is 21, 22, dark blue is 22, 23. And then 23, 24 is the fuchsia, bright pink. Notice what happened with seclusion last year. All of a sudden here, they just jumped way up there. So, and the same thing here with restraints. So we had a lot more reporting than we ever had before of both. And then you look at the prior year, this is what is so suspect.
Yeah.
You have to wonder, why is that data underreported? Because you see this growth in the spike. You would expect it to continue on that trend data, and we had this huge drop in the way that systems were reporting seclusions and restraints.
Well, and quite honestly, had that been a typical year in growth, although we're not necessarily setting out to have an increase, but it wouldn't look so dramatic. But that I'm even more concerned about that 1 year and what we're missing.
So am I.
Because they're still the same kids. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
I understand, but I remember walking out of that, the July meeting way back then, and everybody was confused. And I think people just stopped reporting because and I don't think Trish was in her position yet.
No.
And once Trish got in her position, then we started calling her and saying, okay, can you clarify this? Because we put out that little 5-question thing, and everybody had answers all over the place. No one agreed, so I think everybody just thought, we don't know what it is. So I do think that's a large part of it. I do think with Trish in her position now, that we've clarified, she's done a lot of videos, a lot of trainings, there's been a lot of technical assistance, so. But I think people just, I don't know what to do, so I just won't do anything.
I think you're right. And that's relevant right now when you look at the current data for 23, 24. And she said the current trend data looks like will match the data that we had last year. But let's go to the next slide.
I do have a quick question.
Yes.
So this is on sped kids, correct? Because of
This is
IEPs,
on
or
all
is
kids.
this everybody?
This is broken down by all students. Because they changed it to where we used to think it was just sped, but it's all.
It's all.
the next one goes to school.
Okay, okay,
And the next one will show you sped students. So here's the ESI incident breakdown by population. 2021, we have the, where did that go? Wow, just on there. 504 is here. You'll notice it spiked from 55 to 372. IEP went up to 18,750. No IEP, 1772 last year. So it was spiked for 504s, non-IEPs, and IEP kids. There was a lot more reporting that occurred last year. We'll let this lady get through with Neil.
I think for two, it's.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's still the percentage of it being used is with the disabilities by an overwhelming, it's like 92, 93%.
And although I am not completely surprised that the sped numbers are the higher numbers. When I talked to Trish this morning a little bit, I am a little bit concerned that Gen Ed's still not counting their numbers. You know what I mean? And maybe not intentionally, I don't want to, but just knowledge or not seeing it as that. Whereas maybe it is.
We're more familiar with it in SPED because we've been reporting it for several years.
Yeah, I just would be curious of that percentage too over the years. Because it's just, maybe it's come down a little bit. I feel like at some point it was like 95%. So, but it'd be kind of interesting to look at that to see.
Good point. And then if you look at the next one. Yep. Average age of representation, this is what she found to be very interesting. For restraints, age 9 is the average when restraints occur, and for seclusions, age 8. So we're within that second, third grade range for the average age represented. We did have this interesting spike to age 10 in 2021 when schools were closed, which makes you wonder, okay, was that because they shut the screen off so they can see it to be secluded? I don't know what it was,
Yeah.
but there's interesting data for you. And then the next one,
I would say on the age thing though, we're also definitely right in that window of, I mean, plus or minus, but these kids that are really still learning to regulate, you know, and can't handle emotions still, and we're seeing a major increase in social emotional behavior or issues, and so it kind of fits right with it. And, you know, if you really do the research or look at, that the task force on screen time in and of itself, like this all correlates
can
dramatically.
you go back one, because I want to share one thing too. When you look at this 23, 24, remember that this was the period of COVID, when we had 14,000, over 14,000 kids unaccounted for that we never found after we came back to school. We don't know where they went. We don't know what happened to them. We also had a huge decrease in preschool engagement and enrollment back in that time, and kindergarten students were not provided a lot of opportunities when they were in a remote format. So we had gaps. We had kids that were at home and they were not getting the playing and the time with peers. And so you're seeing that then by second grade, it really is showing up. And knowing that this is an average, you're gonna be looking at this age range in here as problematic for how we get to an average of 8, because that assumes or presumes that you're gonna have a lot of kids down here too. The next screen. ESI by percent of ethnic population. It looks like multi-ethnic. Has like 4.4%. And then Black or African American at just under 4%. American Indian or Alaska Native is at like 2.3%. Followed by white at just about 2.1%. And then you have Asian at a little over 1%. And Hispanic Latino, the lowest, and this is for 2021, at just at 1%. But this is the problem for us in multi-ethnic, because it's very hard to how to classify those students within our current system. Because I've had parents that will list their child as multi-ethnic, and then they in other data list it differently. They may say they're white, or they may say they're African American or Hispanic or something else. And so getting consistency across the data for us was always interesting, because our numbers would never align because of the way, I mean, if Dad was putting them in one system, I'm putting them in another, we could get different data point, and they could be one year and then they're a different one the next year.
Or is this literally just 2021 data?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a skewed year a little bit, but.
Well, let's go to the next one and see if it's got anything different.
That's by gender.
That's by gender, so.
She just had the 2021, because I think that was the scope of data that she had, that she could do that type of report on. But we'll ask Trish to come back and give us more information on the digital years. But here's your ESI by gender, and of course, it's just what you think it's gonna be. It's mostly male.
I'm kind of shocked that females aren't higher, because I know that we were always having fights with females.
Well, it's in the growth spurt.
You know,
It's growing. It's growing.
I would expect it to be higher, just
2,292 female in 23, 24 compared to 9,626 male. Interesting data. Next screen. ESI by free and reduced lunch. You can
that
see,
makes sense.
yeah, here it is, restraints for free, reduced, and full pay. And here is seclusion by free, reduced, and full pay. So that's kind of telling right there. We see a huge drop in 22, 23. course, that's across all the data. And I don't know why, except for that we reduced state at 2980, that was still up here within this range right here. These others, you see this huge gap from 21, 22, which we need to figure out. And we need Trish to kind of give us some support for that.
Bert, this is John. Just a quick question, because I don't really know on this. What, for those of you who have been in school, what is seclusion typically? What might that look like? What would be an example of, if I went to an elementary school and someone reporting a seclusion, what would that be?
Isolated in a room by
We call it
themselves with
safe
the,
room.
So they
they
have their-
feel like they can't leave. There's nobody else.
So do most schools have a dedicated room for that?
No,
it's
some
a
of those
space,
rooms were
not
done
a room.
away with. Because that was in the bill.
Or the office, principal's office, vice
I'm just
principal's
curious where
office,
they
counselor's
are,
office.
where the
Or-
seclusion is happening.
Or you remove all the students,
Or you
except for
remove all
that
the
student
students.
from
Okay.
that room. That's a seclusion.
But we also used to, there was this differentiation in how we counted with, if I stood there with the door open and my foot in the door frame, are they secluded or not, and now we would say that. That's
It's removed from instruction.
Yeah.
And we, we may remove them from, say, math instruction, but if we're working with the counselor, we may still have social emotional instruction.
I mean, we used to say, go to the hallway.
Right, yeah.
Sit out in the hallway.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
don't
that
know
would
if
be
that could-
seclusion.
That would be seclusion
Yeah, you
now
can't
if
come
they're
back,
not
so you're
engaged.
secluded. Yes, sir.
So in our situation, we do not restrain or seclude a student. The state does.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think we count it because it's not, we're not doing it.
Yeah.
And well, that you're in a correctional facility, that's a little different.
Yeah,
That's,
I would think that might be a bar.
yeah, that's.
And it's looked at differently.
because we can't touch. We
Yeah.
can't have
Well, I
no
think that would,
contact at any.
and I think that would skew the data. Whereas it might be seen as skewing the data one way right now by not, I think it would skew the data the other
Yeah,
direction if we did.
There's
so-
exemptions for sworn peace officers, and so that's where that's gonna come in.
Say that again, Marvin.
There are exemptions for sworn peace officers, so
Okay.
the police is, that's their thing, that's not ours. So in your situation, it's
We
the
have
correction,
none.
the
Yeah.
correction officers or whatever are the ones that
Yeah.
do whatever.
But kind of to the note of sending people in the hallway,
People are
I bet
aware.
your gen ed numbers are higher than, because I'm
Oh,
sure.
yeah, because all the co-teachers I taught with always sent kids to the hallway. I'm like, that's like the worst place to send a kid.
Unsupervised to the hallway.
Yeah,
I mean, just for the record.
unsupervised, the kid who's a problem in the classroom, really, not
But
a
it removes
sped
their
kid,
audience.
but you know, put them out in the hallway where everybody walks by and they wander off and go and smoke cigarettes or go have sex underneath the stairwells or whatever. I'm not making this up.
No, you are not.
Yeah, but one thing to keep
Could I
in
ask a-
mind is that these are emergency safety interventions. So the hallway could be a timeout, or like that could be a different sort of an intervention than an ESI.
True.
Am I
and I think
correctly
the-
too that there's an explicit statement about hallways in our guidelines or in our regulations? I thought that was actually I thought that was called out as a non-seclusion. Can someone clarify that for us?
I think we're gonna have to look at the regulation and make that available to you, because that was one of the things that we were told by general counsel. Is that the only thing that we could share with districts was the regulation. Because we used to have forms, we used to have supports, and our general counsel pulled that all from us, saying that we were interpreting it wrong. And that would be KSDE's general.
We were
counsel.
interpreting it, period.
Right. And so we were given a mute order that we were just to send the form, the regulation itself, and let the systems decide how they were gonna interpret it.
Okay, because I recall there being a statement about a hallway or a similarly open, accessible space. So that would just be a helpful clarification since hallways have come up in this discussion.
Well, and I think to that point, when you go back to just, could the kid leave? I mean, it's a hallway, could the kid leave, I guess but I think to Mike's point, it's also, what is the purpose of them being in that hallway? Is it truly an emergency safety intervention, or just simply they need a break, just to regulate real quick and go back, and they are able
Depends
to
who
take
puts them there.
themselves and in the circumstances, so. I think that was a great
To
point,
that
Mike.
question, Bert, is like, if you're leaving it up to districts to interpret, you're gonna get variability in your data, of course.
And we know that, and that's why we were trying to give them guidance, and then we were sworn off of any guidance that we could provide. Basically, we were told what we had on the website was wrong, and what we were telling districts was wrong. Yes, Carrie?
So not that it was wrong in terms of practice. It was wrong in terms of, from his perspective, his legal perspective, that we were overstepping and we were interpreting the law.
Having been one of the people that was in the back room at KSDE who helped interpret that law, I thought we were doing a good job.
That was Scott. So that we were over.
Yeah, we will get that
You're doing the work.
regulation sent to SEAC members so that you can see exactly what that regulation says, as it was reworked and reworded. So I don't know, Brian, you can find that. If someone can find that ESI regulation that was updated, we'll make sure we send it out to the SEAC member.
I do.
Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Mike. I have a follow-up question, and I think this is something Mike and I have talked about for years. There are a lot of districts that report 0 for everything. And that, I don't expect them to have a lot, but I'm shocked they have 0. And I know we can't get any demographic information or anything that's statistically, but 0, and I know we have teams that still go out and audit every so often. But that has always been one of my concerns in all these years. I expect the day schools to have higher numbers just because that's how those work. But I'm absolutely sure that a district that's at least any sizable district should have 1. Is that something we're still looking at? In the past, that's been in the reports I know that was given to the State House. And I'm assuming that there's another report that goes to the State House.
This is part of the report.
Yeah,
This is what she told me is this part of the report going to the legislature.
But I do want to make sure that we're still looking at those schools, when 95% of the school systems say we have 0 seclusions or restraints, I wonder.
And Marvin, that is something that Trish can speak in more detail about, but I can tell you that, yes, the system is set up so that that's one of the reports that gets run every year internally so that we can identify any entities that have reported 0 for football. And then Trish can talk more about what that looks like.
And she'll be available in April, but she had committed to present for Kent today, and that's why she's not here. But we did want to run the data by you so you could formulate your questions. We could get them listed, and then when she comes back, we'll know how to direct in with the conversation and allow her to expand. Because she really does have a really good grasp of it. We're just giving you highlights today, but as far as your questions, we need to get them documented so that we can let her know what they are.
Mike, did you have something a few minutes ago? I don't.
Yes, yeah, no, I appreciate that. I was just, kind of two things to kind of, I think, wrap around this and kind of the bigger context is, I guess first, an ESI isn't, it is an emergency and we wish there were none, but the fact, they're not inherently a bad thing if they're done appropriately and done when needed and the proper communication happens, because that's kind of the big overall thing. And if we can get, really accurate reporting and good training and kind of to Marvin's point, make sure that as staff turnover, it stays at the forefront. The important thing is what we saw as the Disability Rights Center is in some cases, not that it was the norm, but in far too many cases, because anything north of 0 is too many, parents weren't aware of what's going on. These sorts of interventions might have been happening repeatedly without any sort of, communication or even necessarily even analysis on why they were happening. And so, the whole overarching idea is to make sure that there was communication, that there is reporting, that there was, some sort of analysis to have the discussion around what can we do to prevent this from happening in the future. And so I think that's the good thing that I am seeing as I'm looking at this is it looks like districts are doing a lot more of those things that are triggering the communication and are triggering, in building and in district and even at the state level, some analysis of this so that hopefully we can make sure that it's not overused and that that they are appropriate and that we're keeping kids safe. And so I think there's a lot of positives around all of those things. But just because a school has a lot of ESI that isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just, an opportunity for, to hopefully address things that are going on that may or may not even be, school related. So thank you.
Good point. Let's go to the next slide. I think she gets to the amount of time. Their ESI by percentage of free and reduced lunch, 67% in 2021. Again, that's only data she's reporting to us. The next one.
This one, and then there's.
That's what we have next.
Here was what I wanted everybody to see. Physical restraints, 7,996 in 23-24, average duration 1 minute. So we're not talking about restraints that go on for hours, but rather very quick. And average age was where she got the age that we saw on the one slide. And then she's got descriptive statistics. Number of schools included, 1,416 schools were included. And median number of physical restraints. And then the median duration of physical restraint, standard deviation. So that's like 3.5 minutes is what I'm saying. That's how I'm interpreting it. I don't know how anybody else is. And then here's the seclusion, 11,774, average duration 6 minutes and average duration. So that's not bad.
No.
I mean,
We go back to that emergency, like Mike was saying.
Yes.
Emergency safety intervention.
Yeah, and for a child that's dysregulated and going to be harmful to self or others, sometimes you have to do that. It's going to be interesting to see how the 259 data plays into this graphic with their Department of
DOJ.
Justice, yeah, to see how that's going to impact this when they were told no restraints. I'm gonna have to see. I'd like to stop there and just say we'll bring Trish back and she can do a better job of going through it. But I thought you all needed to see it so you know what questions you want to ask.
Anyone have anything else on this information? We'll ask Trish to come back. I talked to her about that this morning also, so I think very willing to, but any other?
I don't have any on this, but, Whitney George did let us know that, she got hold of Lydia Hunnings. Is a virtual sped teacher here in UFD 383 who serves on the CBEAC. And she gave me her email and she told her that we would like her to ask her if she would come in April. Okay. So we'll get with her.
We'll follow that up.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you, Joyce, and thank you, Whitney. Yeah, thank you, Whitney. Okay, any final thoughts on ESI? I know they have been back there setting up lunch. I'm not sure. It's ready. Okay. So that is next up on our agenda. I think we'll go ahead and break for that. We'll come back 5 minutes early. How's that? So it still gives us a little over an hour. So we'll be back at 12:40. Yeah.
And we'll get you out of here so you can get home or on to whatever you need to do.
Whatever
I know what
13
your
more.
schedule looks like. Yeah.
Is Mike Burgess, are you the only one with the report afterwards?
I'll have a challenging schedule. I unfortunately need to run to the State House.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, I don't really have a concrete report to share.
Okay.
I mean, we've talked about, I mean, not a whole lot has happened, I think, since our last meeting. Anyway, so it's the session's coming up and I'll have a lot more probably for the next one, but
awesome.
Not much to talk about right now. So,
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
thank you. All right. Have a good one. And thanks for everything.
Thank you.
And the only other thing, I think was the SEAC annual report that I talked about.
Well, an indicator, we still have indicator 8 to do as well.
We'll do indicator 8 and get through that pretty
And I think
quickly.
there's gonna be some conversation on that.
That's fine, because I have some materials for you as well.
Okay, we are ready for lunch, so make sure we also mute. like we're back green here. Are we good, Alicia, on your end?
Yep.
Joyce, are we good on your end?
Can you hear me? Is it coming, is my volume coming?
Wait, I can hear. I'm online. I can hear you.
Perfect, thank you, Brooke.
You bet.
Okay, so we are at the portion of the meeting for indicator 8 with Josie and Brian. I think Brian, you're presenting on this.
Yeah, Bert and I are, and I'll start us off if Alicia can, there we go. So we had at the last meeting a nice conversation. We brought to you indicator 8 is the parent survey and feedback from parents. As a reminder, the first slide of the PowerPoint is what our current survey is. A 1-question survey to all parents with students with disabilities. Did the school district facilitate involvement as a means for improving services and results for your child? And then there's a narrative box if they want to add more information. This is the requirement from OSEP that we check on. What I talked about last time too was there are some states, and we've had conversations internally about, are we getting enough information to help? Some of those conversations have centered also around, okay, this is what we're required to do for the SPP APR for OSEP. And then if we got more information, how would that help districts necessarily, or what's our goal? Are we gathering at a statewide level? How's that going to help a district in Western Kansas if we're not drilling that data down? And then we brought up, Carrie's nodding her head because these were actually her thoughts, but I agree.
For some reason, they sound much more of a stick.
No, they sounded better.
Let's get going.
But, so if you go to the next slide, Alicia, so I did ask Josie, what are some areas based on the conversation last month or the information we have from other states, just generally what we would maybe want at a statewide level, and we can disaggregate data down to the district level when it comes in. So that's a possibility for us. But again, we were just talking generally as a state for feedback and help for everybody. So we had, Josie said there are 3 areas basically. These aren't questions that are in stone. They're just the ideas she had that have come up commonly. And we would have to reword the questions maybe, but these are the ideas. So the 3 areas are communication, collaboration, and feedback. And then the communication, how well did the district communicate with the parents? Was feedback on communication styles, methods taken into consideration? The collaboration, how well did the district facilitate a collaborative environment? What was the application of parental feedback information like during the IEP meetings? And then the feedback section is how well did the district take feedback? Did parents notice changes based on the feedback they provided? Which would be really interesting, I think, for us. All of them are. I think the first 2 really get to, and there are areas we kind of get questions on once in a while from parents and, you know, the meaningful input and participating and being a team member. The other area we talked about too, Bert passed out, KPERC has a family engagement survey. So one of the has and fathers, this is Jay Roth, and this is for all students. So these are questions parents fill out at the district level. So they have this information. And then on the back, there is a question about whether your student has an IEP or an IFSP at the school. So we can obtain that way.
And to clarify, so this is the survey that it's also used by all the families that are participating as part of the multi-tiered systems of support and alignment training, and our school mental health. So multiple projects use this survey.
And it came up, this came up at our last TASN meeting. We were having conversations around indicator 8. And I was wondering why we didn't, you know, since we are able to have know, like, that the child has an IEP, and it doesn't get to all of that, but it certainly gives you a lot of good information about how they're feeling about their experience. And I just don't know how those two can work together.
Just that cut in for a minute. Anybody on Zoom, it's in your email. The document they're talking about just went out.
Okay, thank you, Alicia. And then I know, so as an evaluation, our evaluation project for TASN also then in their evaluation process evaluates the effectiveness of the survey. You're saying that correctly?
Yeah, it's all connected together.
So I think what Bert, Carrie and I talked about was the high level with Josie's input on indicator 8 in general and kind of the purpose of that of meeting the SPPAPR, but also the family engagement survey, as Carrie pointed out, it's beyond just the district's usage, but elsewhere. And I think what I hear too from Leslie is the conversation or the feedback, how do we integrate the two? Do we do it in indicator 8 or what would you like? I guess we're looking for feedback and input. And any further questions?
So Brian, I have a question. A special education director who is not me, asked me a question about indicator 8 because they said they were doing poorly on that indicator and had inquired with KSDE to get some feedback related specifically to their district. And they were told that that data is not available, that they could not disaggregate the data and give any information specific to their district. So one, is that true or is it not true? Or did it start at a certain school year that became an availability? And two, if you can't get that data, how do you calculate indicator 8 at the district level? Brian.
That's it.
Yeah. He's thinking.
It depends.
I know this has come up before and I do not know the answer off the top of my head. So if Bert or Carrie know, they can weigh in, but I would have to get with Josie. I know we've talked about it before.
There are some clarifying questions on indicator 8. I think we collect race ethnicity, I'm not sure. There's some information, we just received feedback from a parent who was very disgruntled because he told us, you already have this information, get off and do your jobs. And a couple of other colorful comments that we received. But as I recall in the past, because I can remember years ago, there were only so many surveys that were distributed. And that's when we had cohorts. And I used to have 2, maybe 3 or 4 that I would send out and they would send them to me and you could either have them send or we send them, we put the envelope, we typed it, we sent it out. And then it went directly to KSDE. That's part of our issue is it doesn't come back to the district before it comes up to KSDE for indicator 8. So we collect aggregate data across the state, but it's not very useful to us because all it says is that question and interpret that question for me.
I can't.
The one, go back one, Alicia, please. That one. Did the school district facilitate involvement? Somebody define that to me. What kind of involvement?
Any kind of.
Well, and it used to, well, and I know you know this, it obviously used to be more, but then there was such the rate of the return rate was so bad that I think that was the impetus to getting it to one question to try to see if we could get a better return rate. But yeah, I didn't ever think one question was the best way to go. But
Well, that was 1920 and I was just here. I remember Laura decided one question was what we needed so that we could get better response rate.
And it did work. It did help.
yeah,
us
it did
with our
get the
response
better,
rate.
but it maybe just doesn't give us some of the other.
The question that I have on the actual one that I just got in the email says, did the school district invite you to take part in discussion for improving services and results? So that's a little bit
So
different.
that's not this question.
That's a little, yours is better.
Well, and this is the one that says, came from, the survey thing I just got, so.
How did they change that?
I don't know, this says it comes from TAS and Parent Engagement Survey Indicator 8, so. And it says it's coming from Bert Moore.
They have
This is the one that says came from, yeah, the survey thing I just got, so.
How did they?
I don't know, this says it.
Marvin, will you repeat that wording real quick?
Engagement survey indicator 8, so.
Can you
It
repeat
says
that
it's
wording
coming
real
from
quick?
Bert Moore. Came from, yeah, the survey thing. Can we mute that? I don't know.
Marvin, will you repeat that wording real quick?
Okay, can you repeat that wording?
Well, we're getting that straightened out. I do think we tweaked the question a little bit.
Okay.
This year, so what we have up on the PowerPoint is last year's question.
Okay.
And when Bert was talking, he bought me enough time to remember that is the conversation we've had, that these are anonymous. And so it can't be every district because you would know then it would be. We have the information, but if we sent individual responses to a district, if they're small enough, they might be able to identify the parent that it came from, and that's not the intent of this. So that.
So how does the district know they're not doing well then? Like in her situation?
Well, I think this question is how is the state doing?
Yeah, the indicator 8. For us,
Is
the state.
is how is the state doing? And I mean, so it's a different purpose than, say, the family engagement survey. I mean, and that's where parents, as a parent, I'm getting this survey, I'm getting this survey, you know, they're all 20 questions each. I'm going, I filled this out.
This one is 20 questions, that one is.
Back in the day, in
One
1920,
question now.
before it's one question.
One question.
It's one question now,
For a
but
reason, because what actionable data, it needs to be enacted on,
so I think the question goes,
collected at the district.
what's the purpose that we need this data?
Right
And that
now,
will drive.
indicator 8
Needed to
says.
meet the federal requirements for
And I-
our
and I-
indicator 8.
And I think that was where our discussion was, if that's all we need is to get it, let's just put it at one question. And that's it, because we can't do much with it. It's not, this is much more information. You're getting through the MTSS program.
And we don't use that indicator 8 data to base any major decisions on.
So if we aren't using it to make any decision off of, and it's just to get a percentage to see if someone returns a piece of paper, do we need to change it? If we can't make decisions off of it,
We use it to meet our federal requirement.
that's it.
Because if we didn't, we wouldn't be meeting requirements as a state.
But I'm sure
Right.
that's not how parents feel about it when after IEP meetings, you know, whether it's the best IEP meeting or in their opinion, the worst, they're feeling like their input is being asked for a reason, so. I think we have to.
So is there a district report? What is the status of the district availability of a district's report?
What if, could it be an option on have a choice, where they have the option to specify the school district the child is in, but they don't have to if they don't wish to? And that way those who do decide to specify school district, then those school districts could get the data. But it's an optional thing, so they can stay fully anonymous if they wanted to.
Good question, Hon.
Well, and I think, you know, if, you know, because I just pulled up a public report, you know, IDEA, public special ed report on Data Central, and it's report indicator 8. And so the public's gonna see if a district is performing poorly, but then if we're saying to that district, and I'm sorry, I can't give you any additional information about what's causing that, you know, at the district level, that's pretty frustrating. To then try to figure out, again, I don't need to know the parent, but are we seeing a theme of comments, you know, related to a certain school or just lack of involvement, or, you know, it's like we're just shooting in the dark to try to fix something that we don't even know what the problem is.
Because you don't get an individual report for your district.
Right.
You get a number, a numeric value.
We get a value
against the state target. And that's.
And then when we ask for additional information, are told you cannot get that information.
And is it because we don't have it to give?
I don't know. Well, that's what we were told.
We don't have it designed to get, right? We don't have it set up to give out.
It requires you to
But-
enter your.
But that's
There
our
you go.
form, does it have to be? And that, I don't know.
Right, so we would have to arrange for that report to be created and distributed, developed, created, and then verified whether or not it was valid and reliable.
Yeah,
The
I
amount of
understand.
data, yeah.
I'm just confused how they would have it going forward.
We do have it. Well, I mean, the raw data.
I would say the form has you put in your student's district. The one he has, right?
Yeah.
It has you put in the district, so it's there. I guess my question is, for OSEP's requirement, does it need to be at the district level? So like, it shouldn't be reported on our stuff. Okay. So that answers that. So my second question, which is kind of a whole different category of question here, is with what Leslie was saying, are we misrepresenting or missing the boat on the purpose of that question, so that parents are thinking, hey, they're really asking like how, you know what I mean, but really the purpose isn't to use that data for anything. So, I mean, we gotta be able to sell it for them to do it, right? Or else, I mean, and we don't get a huge response rate anyway, but we got to have a purpose for it. But right now, here at this table, we don't are not arguing, but you know, discussing what is the purpose and how do we sell that? And then are we kind of leading the parents to believe they're having an input and somewhere they're not really having input? Does that make sense? Cause I kind of rambled.
I mean, it's a statewide measure.
But we can't,
Not-
but we can't use it for anything. I mean, if there's a
Draw
way.
the conclusions you want to from it. Right?
At the district level, what you're saying is you don't have the data so that you could say, oops, we're down at 50% and the state's at 80%. So that you could have actions that you could put into goals or work with your staff on better customer service.
They do have that data. You have you get your district data each year.
All it
You get
says
a
is
district
a single
A
percentage,
single percentage.
but that doesn't
But they
tell
don't get,
me anything qualitatively about how we can improve our parental involvement
you don't get
to make
the
anything
elementary
actionable.
And at the
The
state
requirement.
level, we're not using it to have any impact. We're using it to say, OSEP, we checked this, you know what I mean? Like, and I get it. So it's important. We have to have the data. We can't just opt out. Like, I mean, that's obviously important, but I think also like, if we already have to collect some data, could we collect some data that therefore could be used? Or is what it is? And if I want more data, I said, you know what I mean? At the district level, I
Well,
send out.
so then when we talk about wanting or needing data, I think that the family engagement survey, I mean, there's over 60,000 responses to this in the database.
A lot of the.
Title programs
Yeah.
utilize this as well.
That's
Yep.
what I'm thinking. But
I've never gotten it.
Oh, I filled these out.
I think that I do it digitally. Is there's usually a digital format of this?
Probably now.
Cause I know when my daughter was like in like middle school, if we went and did it at conferences, she would get a non-uniform bracelet, cause there was uniform days. And so she could, so it was an incentive to get kids to have their parents go in and fill it out, cause they wanted those non-uniform bracelets. So I remember filling them out because of that.
I mean, districts decide that they're gonna use this. And districts can actually modify it to a certain degree.
Okay, so
The
is
other
this,
thing is, this is valid, this has been. Is the citation on here?
No.
It's had the statistical validation and reliability. It's
Okay.
available in 10, 15 different languages.
so then how are districts manipulating it then?
They go in, they can do all that from the reporting website. Our TASM district APR, TASM, district reports. What's the name of it? What's the name of the website? There's a website that just is for this, for the survey and a couple other ones.
So we had someone had, maybe it's me, I don't know. Because you can usually layer some of these surveys, right? So if you click yes on this question, that would meet indicator 8 criteria. Then could you click on a question that takes you to this, if you wanted, a parent wanted to give you more data, which would give us some more actionable data. But if they didn't do that, we would still at least have the minimum data for indicator 8.
But we have to, so this is a census, so this goes out to every parent?
This or
The one
indicator
question
8.
goes out to
Yeah.
every parent.
But it's not actually, but.
I mean,
It should
the
be.
intent is that it goes
To
to
go-
every parent.
gen ed, special ed, everybody?
No special.
Okay,
ed.
every
Every
special.
parent with
Students with disabilities.
Yeah, okay.
And child with an
Right, so it, yeah,
disability.
so it goes to every parent, but they could still get both information, right? Do you understand what I'm?
Yeah.
So for indicator 8, you could just pull the first question.
Yeah, so
and
there's
that's it.
there's your raw data. Then if they did that, then you can run a second report, go, okay, they gave us more information on 20 questions, which was, we don't need to report to indicator 8, but we have the data now and it correlates with our other data from MTSS. And at least we have consistent forms, and there's probably still gonna be some, I filled it out by kids engagement day and I filled it out after an IEP. So I might have filled this out 3 times in a year, which is fine, it's data, right?
So that may be the well, yeah, how many times does, multiple duplications would probably be statistically a problem.
But I like your idea of having the one question be like a qualifier that opens up that.
Well,
In one place, you're saying, so you don't have 2 different surveys to look at as a parent.
Or if I go, at least I did the one question, I don't wanna do the 20 questions, but we got at least a yes or no
For indicator 8.
for indicator 8
Right.
person.
Cause it meets both needs.
And so maybe, Carrie, it doesn't go into the same group, because you don't wanna have 2 things. So in October, a big truck night, I fill out the family engagement survey. In March, I fill out this online survey, happens to have the same questions. I click on them anyway, but that's not going to the MTSS database, that's going to the SPED database. But at least we have comparative data and we don't have to recreate a form.
And are we sure we're not getting any duplicate data even on our one question?
You said it's anonymous, right?
What if you have 5 children?
And or if it's printing off with an IEP, what if it could be giving out to somebody in a year more than once? Is what I'm thinking that could happen, and so maybe I just keep, you know what I mean? I
Because
don't
we
know.
talked about attaching it to the IEP printouts, and so if you do a September IEP and then you do one in April.
Or you have to have an, you know what I mean? Who knows?
Yeah, cause ours
So
comes
do
up as
we
the last
know?
page of the IEP.
Yeah.
So every time parent gets an IEP, they get this.
Or do we need to make sure we're getting additional instruction? Try to drill that, clean that up.
And if we have the question or questions that we want for indicator 8, and we're letting parents know the purpose of it, I mean, maybe they're kind of serving 2 different things. Because I mean, there's a lot of people using it now that and then some people who haven't even heard of it. So it's kind of like, very, to me, people that are using it, they know how they're using it. They may not like the idea that all of a sudden we're changing direction. And maybe they're 2 different purposes, I don't know. But I do think this is good information to be shared because it's collecting a lot, and if we can look at it and pull out the ones.
I mean,
that
it
the child
measures
has
family engagement. That's what this one is designed to do, the degree to which. And it's usually centered around, there's some process that's happening. There's an improvement plan, there's an action plan, there's a district level team, there's a building level team. Somebody is assessing the degree to which.
Does the state, you say it's for the state, well, the parent.
No, I'm talking about local buildings or building teams.
Right.
Would use this, they use it for PISA.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I'm real
But
familiar, but you could just tell the parent that when they ask the one question, you could say with one parent, Why couldn't you say this is to inform the state? You know, this, cause you know, I feel like they probably don't realize that. Maybe they do.
I would say.
I think we get survey exhausted as a parent.
For sure.
And so that's why I think going down the 1 or 2 or 3 questions. And maybe if I have 20 minutes of time, I'll go ahead and sit down and do a 20 question survey, but if I got 100 emails in my box, and I just wanna click on one thing to get it done, then I'm gonna do the one question one, and maybe I'll go, oh, I got 15 extra minutes, I'll do this extended thing. But a lot of people don't.
Right.
What I do is when I have the IEP meeting with the draft, and then I finish it, finalize it, submit it, and when it's fully submitted, locked down on all, when then I send a final copy of the IEP to the parent, I include a letter talking about the indicator 8 question, and that is for the state government, and to ask them to please go ahead, as a QPS or URL at the end of the IEP to go ahead and to please do so at that point, because I know they're just overloaded with information at the meeting. So about 1 to 2 weeks later, when they get the final IEP, then I we then ask them to do the survey, because then they've had the whole IEP process is complete.
Yeah, and I would say there's also times it literally just prints out with the IP and is another paper thrown in front of them. And that's why I also question if it's going out once or 5 times a year to the same person.
Well, and if you have multiple meetings, so I've got Johnny and we've had to come for 2 MDRs, and then we had to go over evaluation because we were looking at new data. Each time that you go to that meeting, if that's the document that you get at the end of the meeting, they're asking, did the district facilitate involvement in this process? So if you're meeting with them 5 times, it might be appropriate to have that duplication from that parent, because you've had a really long, tough year, and we need to know, is this continued facilitation going on for your child?
But actually, they only have to do it once. It really wasn't intended to be a continuous document.
Cause it used to be you did once, everybody,
Sent it
and
out
then the
and
next
sent-
several years, it was out in different districts at different times.
Yeah,
Well, we had it broken out in 3 cohorts and we couldn't get anybody to reply. I mean, if we had 20 IEPs and we were getting 20 responses, we wouldn't have the low number of responses. I would love it if they filled it out 20 times. That data showed we had
Yeah.
15,000 responses, but that's not what's happening.
So Brian, have you guys ever talked about running the indicator rate survey through the district tools website?
That's what they did.
That's what it's on right now. That's how I got it.
So if it's run. So,
So the letter with the QR code.
okay, so it's run through district tools, but yet a person from a district can't go in and run their own report for it?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the thing for discussion.
And that's because of the personal identification. Right.
Well, they're putting PII on it.
Well, if it's a small district and they say the comments, blah, blah, blah.
But
Yeah,
you know, if I were that director or that teacher, I'd already know that parent was not.
And that's what their argument is well, no.
But they probably already know.
so then that part just doesn't get put in there.
I would say we'll bring this back and discuss it again in April. Cause I don't think we can make a decision on it today. We've got some fact finding.
Lindsay
I
suggested
think
we
so,
put
and I
together a
think
committee.
it's good input too. What I'm hearing is not necessarily a desire to add to the indicator rate questions if we can link it up with something districts already have access to and they're doing, but then the other legwork is what access can districts have and what information can they have? Make it meaningful. And Carrie's right, I mean, it's a federal requirement, but we want to make it meaningful as well. And the letter tells parents it's to help us with the system, but how are we using it?
We got asked by
return rate is
OSEP,
horrible.
how many times, how do you know that parents are getting the procedural safeguards? How do you know that they understand their rights? I mean, that was quite the debate during our onsite.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Would it be helpful, just because this was a conversation, to have any committee work on it or participation at this? with
Great
this.
Ad hoc committee, all right.
I don't
Great.
know if how you guys feel about that. I'm just saying, would it, and
Do you have any volunteers?
anybody that would volunteer to be on said committee?
Yeah.
Be on a what?
Subcommittee to help work on this indicator.
And we can do it by Zoom. You don't have to be here. So it's not like you have to be in person. We can do it by Zoom.
Okay.
Set a meeting up and just continue to have this conversation.
This is Brooke Moore. I'm happy to help with that. If we can do it virtually, that'd be great.
Okay, because that's the only way I see it working.
Leslie George, also. Anyone else?
And Leslie will serve.
I guess I can help if you need.
And Autumn.
And I think that's.
Lindsay. We've got a big.
But now.
So the purpose of the committee is to what?
To further discuss the indicator 8 and to talk about whether we're going to continue to use the current survey that we have and what other options we have, if any, to provide districts with their data in a format that they could find usable to support professional development on parent involvement at the local level. Does that make sense?
It does. That'd be a great write-up
It's
in our.
recorded.
Oh, it's recorded. I'll get that out of there. That was very eloquent. I like that.
Alicia has it. But I think it's just to continue, if we stick with this question, but really the secondary phase of this is how can we receive information from parents that districts can find useful to change practices so that parents feel engaged and involved?
In addition to what they already have access to.
If the
with the family
district,
engagement.
if the district decides to do this, that's the question though. This isn't open that I can't just give it to Lena and say.
Anyone in the world can use this survey, and they do across the world.
But do people know?
Set up an account on this.
Maybe.
Well,
That's why I like the survey, but I think not everybody will fill out the survey. But if we could get a chunk that can, that'd be good.
Well, and as an interlocal director, not that I'm not concerned with how my families feel related to their specific districts, but I can't impact how they feel about their math teacher or their principal, but I can impact their IEP and the special ed providers, and that's information that I can't get.
We'll work on it.
All right. Who, this is also for Lindsay knowledge. Who is responsible for taking that committee to that next action?
That would be Brian and.
Well, all right, excellent. It's not Lindsay.
All right.
No,
Even
Brian
better.
and I- Brian and I will set up an opportunity and then Carrie, we'll invite you because you have the mastermind about the survey and the TASN.
So you might wanna have the. People that actually know how the survey works, the
So-
survey construct.
So that would be Amy.
In order to have a valid and reliable survey, you might wanna have some of those people at the table.
So you're talking about Amy.
Well, it might not just be Amy, it might be one of the TASN. One of the TASN evaluators, I don't know.
Jane Groff.
No, but
She's
someone
not
from
the guy.
TASN evaluation. To guide us on what because whatever we do, we need to be,
Especially if we're trying to integrate things after saying.
if you're trying to integrate, or if we're wanting districts to have data available to them, how do we do it in a way that ensures that the data they're accessing is valid and reliable? I mean, I think we have a responsibility for that. That or we need a disclaimer that says, once you download this, it may or may not be valid and reliable data, use at your own risk.
We can get someone from evaluation. When we set the meeting up.
I mean, because there's certain thresholds for response rates. And then we, in our report, we have to analyze our response rates by ethnicity and disability categories.
So I mean, so I can totally see why a district would want, if, you know, especially if it's something's gonna be up there for people to see, you know. And that's not the only reason you would want it, but I can see why a district would want to delve into that a bit, and because it may be that certain populations, even within the population of disability, needs attention. So.
Or if the rub is, we're not doing well at this. But so be it, you're not gonna do well probably in the future. We don't know how to address it, just keep not doing well, you know what I mean, like, but we want to make that better, we wanna make it better for us and for the state level. And therefore for our families.
We'll get it figured out. We'll get our meeting set up and we'll hash it out.
Okay. All right, anything else on that? Sorry, I didn't wanna cut somebody off if there was someone. Okay, next up, we have ex officio members, but we had those reports yesterday. Mike Burgess was online earlier. You probably heard it as we were going along, he was not gonna be available and did not have a formal report this time, so he will in April. We did add to the agenda, the annual report with Bert.
Which I'd like for y'all to review, and we'll have that available. All it was is taking the information out of the minutes from last year's meetings and tying it to the 6 indicators that the federal government measures the progress of SEAC. Are we addressing the things we need to be addressing from a federal perspective? And we plug those in. So as you look at it, think in those terms. And we'll get the proper membership list. We'll get it to you so that it's done right. It's all good. But that's what I wanted to share is when you get that, if you see anything, Marvin saw it, told us, we thought we had it right, and it still got by us. So we're human and we admit it. So we'll get it right, and then we'll ask you to approve it in April. And that way we'll have it in the minutes and then can sit there, because I didn't even know that OSIP looked at it. Right. They may have looked at them when they were doing the file review, but we found out a lot of the stuff they didn't look at because they said we didn't have time to look at it. So you could tell, can you tell us? So we don't know what they looked at that we uploaded. We'll see what our report looks like. And that'll be the other thing we'll probably have is in April to talk about our OSIP findings. They should be here by then. That's more than 120 days. But that's all I wanted to share.
I love the positive outlook on that. We'll have that.
Well, I can't imagine we won't, just from the feedback we got from them as they were exiting, but I don't know there's gonna be anything major. It's not like we were gapping on anything major. It was all of their incidentals they kept coming back to over and over again. And making sure that our dispute resolution folk got professional development and that we keep track of it and catalog it. That was brought up in the Part C to B. They had interest in us working with Part C. I mean, it's not mountains that we'll have to recreate like Alaska, who didn't even have a SEAC.
Right.
That was obvious to the but they had 11 findings. One state had none, and that was Kentucky. But I swear they had to have done something to get no findings. They got the right team. That's all I can say. But thank you. That's all.
I just was gonna announce, if you have not heard KSDE, I heard this, so if I'm wrong, somebody at KSDE can tell me I'm wrong. But the .org is changing to .gov.
Thank you. Effective today.
Effective today, including email addresses and
We're
everything.
well, you can still send to the old email and they will get it to us, but they want us to start using our first name dot last name at ks.gov.
First name.
So we'll be doing first name dot last name at ksde.gov instead of our first initial last name. And you can use your preferred name. So some people don't like to use their given surname and they have changed it to something else, and that's okay. They can use that. But we'll start using those. We're supposed to start using them on the 8th. but I haven't seen anybody that's been sending me anything with that email yet.
Okay. I have the next meeting is April 22nd, 9 AM, and it will be back here at the Land and State.
Yes.
Anything else before we adjourn? Thank you, everybody, for attendance the last couple days and participation for sure. We'll see you in April.
Thanks, everyone. See you in April.
Yeah. What?
I'm not gonna say. I'm gonna go ahead.
What's he want to do?
I don't know.
We.
Let's make sure we put that. I'll write that on my list here. Let's do that in April.
And we'd also send a survey out to SEAC of that.
Yeah, and we'd also want to start changing our dates, so.
Do you need more
state board members could attend.
Well, the only time we ever had conflict was at the January meeting. because
Twyla's gone.
They're in the meeting.
Because, yeah.
Okay.
That was the only
But
one.
there
'cause
there
we-
were a lot of overlaps last year.
We worked really hard this year.
Yeah,
not to have
okay, so
overlap,
maybe I'm remembering last year.
Because Jim asked us not to.
It's
Because he
something-
couldn't attend. He got very frustrated.
Yeah.
So we tried to, I tried to work with folks to make sure we did it again.
I want to keep your second.
Of course, I'm.
Reminder, if you have any parking validation or anything like that, you haven't got with Joyce or travel reimbursements, get with Joyce too. Alicia, do you need this I wrote?
No,
Your second.
Of course.